Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been placed to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. If you remember, on Tuesday, we agreed that the Minister for Internal Affairs will come and make a statement to the House today about incidents registered during the Kawempe North by-elections. I want to, therefore, amend the order paper to provide for that item, and I need it to be called now.
Statement on the events during the Kawempe South nominations.
Honourable Minister for Internal Affairs.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
We shall have matters of national importance during Prime Minister's time.
Right, Honourable Speaker, honourable members. First of all, I want to thank you for adjusting the order paper to allow us to make this statement regarding the incidents registered during the Kawempe North by-election campaigns. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, a number of incidents. This paper has been uploaded because we didn't know it would be allowed on the order paper. It was uploaded late, but I think members should be having it now. A number of incidents have been registered in the course of the ongoing Kawempe North by-election related activities. And these involve, among others, skirmishes between NUP supporters and security forces, as a result of which 24 people are arrested and put in custody. And those arrested include 2 honourable members of this House, namely Honourable Nyeko and Hon Nkunyinji. The details of the particulars of those in custody are attached to this brief. The action taken so far: a case file was opened via Dwandega SDA Ref 63/33/2025. Statements recorded from all those in custody to enable the processing of their cases for court. Those arrested were presented in court and remanded on Tuesday, 4th March 2025. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, government intends to ensure a clean, transparent and safe by-election in Kawempe North constituency. Towards this end, the various players, including the EC, who organized this by-election, the contenders from the different parties and their supporters, the general public, as well as security, have to exercise their different roles, different but complementary roles within the confines of the law. Where we have infractions of the law, there are processes within the law on how to bring them to account, including guidelines on the lawful enforcement of the law. It is also the law, Right Honourable Speaker and members, that for one to be charged with a criminal offence, that offence and the punishment thereof must be expressly provided for in written law. Those arrested are accused of various breaches of the law, including the alleged illegal use of military gear by some of them. Charges known to the law will be preferred for the courts to determine their cases. In addition, working with the military and other security organs, it will be proposed to publish for information their gazetted uniforms as well as other gear which are ordinarily the preserve of official uniformed forces. Also, working with the EC, guidance should be given to all the players regarding lawfully permissible conduct during this exercise. Last, Rules of engagement and SOPs that guide the security forces in the conduct of public order management will be disseminated to the operating forces to enhance their awareness as they go about their duties. But also, unsaid is the background to this, and I think we need to ask the hard questions. We need to have a candid, brutal conversation on this idea of what is reasonable conduct, what is permissible conduct. I think we were all treated to that video that ran wild of people in military formations, and I knew it would attract consequences, both intended and unintended. So I think going forward, we may need to engage as security and all the players on how we go forward to ensure that we have credible electoral processes. Right Honorable Speaker and members, government commits to ensure a clean and safe electoral process in support of the EC. Those arrested will be presented in court, and any excesses reported, investigated and dealt with as appropriate. The journalist whose eye was injured, called Miracle in Nsambia Hospital, gladly he's been discharged, but I've been briefed by Honorable Bahati and I want to thank him for visiting him. We shall meet the bills of his treatment. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Bahati, you promised us. I've heard the minister said you visited, but I think we better hear from you because you have a date with the House on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Honorable Mhoz has said, and as you instructed me, I visited the journalist called Miracle, who works with Stop TV. It is true he was injured, and there were some limited operations on his face. The good thing is that his eye, according to the doctor, was saved. He's out of danger as we speak, and he has been discharged yesterday. And on behalf of government, I promised that we are going to clear the bills. He also had a complaint that his camera was damaged, but in the meantime, we have agreed with the Minister of Internal Affairs that the bill will be cleared by government. So I extended our sympathies, and we continue to pray for him for quick recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, no, Minister, I would have loved, for example, in the case of the journalist, who was not part of people who made the parade and all that. I would have been glad to see a commitment of investigating your officers coming out clearly. The way of investigating others has come out clearly. It would have been, it would give confidence to other people who might be caught up in that fracas when they are not involved. So I don't know specific on that, then I call up.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. Yes, it's true. In all this, there are always innocent bystanders. If I can, I wouldn't want to infer the guilt of the others, but certainly we shall verify, even reaching out to the journalist and find out how he was injured, who was responsible, and then we take appropriate action.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Leader of Opposition, to begin with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister of Internal Affairs for responding to the directives of the Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank you, government, for responding to the injured person by meeting his bill. Although you wouldn't have met it if you had not caused injury to him. And it's not enough, but there are more than one who are under the same state. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform General Muhoozi, the Minister of Internal Affairs State, that yesterday, and as of now, there's a video running around. There's a Ugandan resembling one of the judge, and people were almost going to kill him, thinking that the one was beating people in Kawempe. This is a common phenomenon in Africa. Sometimes some people said I'm resembling also you yourself. And if you commit an offense, I might be the victim or you might be. But for you are lucky, you have safety with your security guards. This is the situation, Mr. Speaker, we are facing. But when we are here, the Minister for Trade, who was acting as government, lead of government business, denied knowing anybody who was beating people. The processes of bringing people to book, summoning them, is within the hands of government, not the opposition. If there's any offense committed by a national unity platform, at any cost, it's you to bring them to book. But here we are having soldiers beating civilians with no sufficient cause. There's a candidate in this race. They were saying we are going to cause traffic jam. He's moving with a wheel loader. But for him, it's safer than those walking on foot on the roads. How do we handle that? Mr. Speaker, sir, we should go, members of parliament, and I'm repeating this, because we are giving challenges to our speaker. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. You stated it here, that you are going to handle that matter. Members of parliament are summoned you summon them through the Speaker of Parliament. If I'm wearing an overall, which is red in color, but it's having national colors, what offense have I committed? I'm driving going to the rally where there is a new candidate or an NRM candidate, and you arrest members. Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs, kindly. Even NRM, actually, parades are committed everywhere. You must communicate, and always directives come out, respect them. NRM is wearing its yellow overalls. It's also berets. Also because you know what is sanctioned under the Act, which was brought back to Parliament as a trained soldier and a lawyer. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to come out. Why do you beat the press, the fourth arm? They had fully dressed in their attire, showing that they are working for maybe Mr. Baramuzi, Honorable Mr. Baramuzi Radio, and others. I can take the information and I will conclude.
Sorry, colleagues, it's being worked on. Yeah, but we can continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Sewungu, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker and members, when you see the events unfolding in the Kawempe North by-elections, it leaves all of us in a bad situation. Those involved in the election, and even those other citizens, particularly the responsible members of this society. Now, when the issue was put for government to come and clarify and explain, I'm surprised, deeply surprised, that the Honorable Minister has chosen to tell what everybody wishes to hear. He has told the intent of the law and the aspirations of Ugandans. But what is at stake now is that they are hoodlums. There is the JAT, which is responsible, the core mandate, to crack on terrorism. And now you have an official exercise, a campaign exercise announced, and the government chose to deploy the Joint Anti-Terrorism Force. Why? Because from the word go would start from there. Who deployed? Honorable Minister, you could tell the country who deployed and why. Because we should start from there. And it is not difficult to find out. Even if there was some conduct of members.
Honorable Sechkubo, that's not how we behave on the floor. Okay? You came for information, and I hope your time is up, I'm sorry. Honorable Susan Amero. No, you donated your time. Now you donate.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Amero.
Thank you, Speaker. I heard the minister talk about payment of treatment bills, but I didn't hear him talk about compensating the person who was harmed, because this is a breadwinner in his home. And there are so many people who depend on that person. So I wanted also that to come out clearly. But also, the other thing, Right Honorable Speaker, is for how long are the security forces going to take the law into their hands? And they go away. They walk out free. What are they supposed to be doing? If the police is to keep order, law and order, and then the police is using the gun bat and everything, including the knife in the gun, to point at this guy who is innocent, who has not been proven to be guilty, then what are we? I think something needs to be done, because currently the situation at hand is not good. We need to protect our people, and we need to do the things according to the laws that we are making. I beg to submit, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Mede, and Honorable Shivadia, then Honorable Bigaros.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to protest the manner in which security handles civilians in certain situations. Because I was a victim of that during elections, it doesn't matter what party you belong to, but it matters how the state security conducts themselves. I'm a mother. One time I was very pained. I almost shed tears seeing a small girl, these children of Makerere University, trying to protest, and a little girl howled behind a pickup. I wouldn't want my daughter to be treated like that. During the campaigns, it was like the state versus Ahmed. There was this colonel that was deployed in my constituency, and they were just all over intimidating people with the uniforms, telling my supporters they are going to disappear. Please, in this century, as a politicians of my generation, we want fair competition, we want accountability of security. This is not fair. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I know that incident that happened, but how is the situation now? Have we gotten other bad incidences? So why I'm raising this, I want us in our debate, if the situation now has calmed down, then we don't again put in fire. Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I have asked you, I don't know. So now, stop. You know, I've asked you in your submission, you should be the ones to tell us what's going on. I didn't tell you that the situation is like this. I asked you. Yes. Honorable Chibadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, every rightfully thinking Ugandan is asking, how did we reach here? How did we reach where we are? What has caused this, Right Honorable Speaker? Right Honorable Speaker, I remember at the beginning of this parliament, the speaker then, late Honorable Jacob Olanya, said that one day he would organize a day. We sit here and debate how we wish this country to move. Right Honorable Speaker, maybe one day you convene, either you take us in conference hall, in the compound, we debate. Right Honorable Speaker, it's ugly. Your question was, what is happening now? Is it any better? Right Honorable, yesterday they were showing where a lady was seated in a vehicle. Somebody jumped on the vehicle on top and pointed a gun at the lady in the car. The lady was saying, shoot. People were surrounding the car. Right Honorable, who is in charge of campaigns in this country? Campaigns are not going to the church to begin praying. And campaigns, everybody will be chanting, people will be moving, people will be singing. Who is in charge of campaigns, Right Honorable Speaker? A campaign period, and we behave like this? Honorable Minister, we want you to restore hope in Ugandans. Restore hope in Ugandans and say maybe it is regrettable, this was uncalled for, we are investigating, we are going to do something better. But according to your statement, it's as if everything is normal, and what is going on is blessed because you blame the people who were arrested. You can't even tell us those who participated in beating. You beat a younger girl. You pull a younger girl on the road. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's very regrettable.
Okay. Now, Honour, I'll just first ask two people here before Honourable Rose. Honourable Minister, I understand the Electoral Commission, you had a meeting with the Electoral Commission. All your security forces were, I would want to hear from you. I don't know whether it's you who attended or your people briefed you, because both sides were invited. So you don't have any information on that, on what you agreed? Okay.
I wasn't privy to that meeting, Right Honorable Speaker, but I'll find out.
Yeah. Because I saw the director of operations in that meeting, I saw in the media. Sorry? Okay. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I worked for Electoral Commission. And the law is clear. In such an operation, honestly, it's Electoral Commission to invite police, and if they are skeletal, maybe the army to support. But what is happening is like the minister slept on duty. Because if Electoral Commission had a meeting and he was not even in the meeting and he does not know anything, what hope can he give Ugandans? Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving room to debate this particular issue. This morning I was on talk show. Literally, NRM, if it will ever get any votes in Kawempe, I want to tell you, skeletal, the community is bleeding. Why have we decided to militarize something which is for civilians? What is your fear? Why have we decided to make election to appear as it's war? Do we want to take this country into anarchy? We have had enough. Innocent people are being beaten. Can you imagine? Media is the fourth estate. The fourth estate has lost an eye. We can happily sit here and say the treatment will be covered. Can you imagine? Really? Do you know what pain is in a person who has lost an eye? Right Honorable Speaker, I beg you, the only hope remaining for our community, especially when it comes to Kawempe, is this house. Kindly put your feet on this matter. It must stop.
Thank you. Honorable Kro. Then Honorable Bashasha.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to add my voice. Right Honorable Speaker, fortunately, I live in an era where I saw anarchy during my early childhood. The memories of 1980s, 86 to 90, we have been victims. We have been IDPs. You go to Teso, you are terrorized by the illegal guns there, the wars there. But I'm surprised that in this day and era now, we thought we'd run to Kampala for refuge. But now the way things are being done, in broad daylight, it's not at night. Honorable colleagues, we are the voices of the people. And this, in its measure, I want to thank Right Honorable Speaker. All of us have got to stand together to condemn the actions. When the military spoke, the army, they said they don't know those people. You get it? Security agencies are disowning some of these people. By now, in a normal situation, those people should be behind bars. So I want to appeal to our forces, particularly police, Honorable Minister. The JAT are people who fall within your docket. Kindly bring them to order. We want a fair ground for all of us. We are ready to win elections clean, but not through a brutalized way. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Shisha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. When this similar incident happened in 2021, Mitoma lost 3 young men who were even not part of the group. 2 were hawkers of GNATs. They were buried in Kabila. 1 was from Ijumo. It was during campaigns, and I was there to campaign. I was almost lynched when I mentioned the name. NRM, why they almost lynched me? Because they were bitter with NRM by that time. So I'm requesting that we put a stop on this. Because we are nearing the elections. What is going to happen when everyone is campaigning and nobody is even there to stand for any? Thank you so much. We need to put a stop on this.
Honorable Joyce Bagara, then Honorable Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'd like to appreciate the Minister for the statement, but I'm very disappointed, especially as a journalist. The rate at which journalists are being brutalized in circumstances like this is very alarming, and I'd like to say to this Parliament that Miracle is not the only journalist that has been injured in situations like this. And most of the time, the government will try to compensate or to buy a camera to replace it or to pay the bills. But what are the bills? What about other journalists? Because, Right Honorable Speaker, there are many other journalists that are being brutalized, that have been injured. Some of them will never be able to work again. There's been Twa Muchibi at NBS Television. There was Yuda Musisi, formerly of BBS. There is David Dubowa of Daily Monitor. There's Ali Mivule, who is formerly of NTV. There's Ashraf Kasirie, who everyone knows very well what happened to him. There's Joshua Mujonga, and the list goes on and on. And from my understanding, I think the government takes for granted journalists, because first of all, you know that the pay for journalists is very little. So when someone is injured and then you go there and then you're buying a new camera and then you're paying the bills, you think that is enough. I don't think it is enough. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I heard the minister the other day saying, oh, they should be taken to court as individuals. But these people are in masks from head to toe. You cannot identify the person. So how do you go to court? How can they be accountable when you can't even identify them? It is very saddening, it is very heartbreaking, and I think the government should reflect on the things that you're doing. Even the people who didn't know about the brutality of this government are angry. Some people are not talking, but they're really boiling. And one day, Right Honorable Speaker, this whole bubble will burst. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Solo Kayemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Then Honorable Ongisto.
I'm Solo, not Kasoro. So.
Yeah, so stop using that name in the corridors then. Anyway, Honorable Soroka.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, many times the NRM government says that the opposition are spoiling the image of this country. And they say that we have made a very big part in scaring tourists and other people to come to this country. Yes. But Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at what is happening in our country, what happened in Kawempe, you can say that actually the police or this government is its own opposition of its image. It attracts the world to see whatever is happening here. Right Honorable Speaker, I was a victim on Monday. What happened in Kawempe? The Jat people wanted to kick my private parts. It's only that I grew that I had the background of the ghetto in Ibwaise. If I didn't have tactics, it would be another story as it is now. When you look at the clothes I used that day and you look at them, you can't believe that it's a member of parliament that was harassed the way it was. The ladies were in a court on Tuesday with Honorable Sambo Shabe. When you look at the way the ladies were beaten, others lost their backs. Yes, they did. Others, when you look at their faces, they were brutally brutalized. Why are we doing this? The kidnaps going on as we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker. An American citizen called Charles Bukenya Mubawala, the Vice President for UNA, was kidnapped on Tuesday night in Nakulabi. We don't know where he is. This country is experiencing many people leaving to go and seek asylum in other countries because of the way the security agencies are handling. We ask who is ordering, who is taking over. But we have seen tweets of the CDF saying, I'm going to crush these new people. We condemn that. This is our country. We are born in Uganda. We stay in Uganda.
Thank you. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Cabo Seed Secondary School from Mubende District, represented in Parliament by Honorable Kabanda David and Honorable Nakazwe Hopu Grandia. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Kindly, you can stand up. You can stand up. Thank you. There they are. Thank you. Also, we have in the public gallery this afternoon students and teachers of Britannico High School from Nakawuka, Wakiso District. They're represented by Honorable Charles Matova and Honorable Narima Betty Esther. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me once again in welcoming them, Honorable colleagues. Colleagues, furthermore, we have students and teachers of Immaculate Heart Girls School, Nyachibari from Rukunji District. They are represented by Honorable Natkunda Medias and Honorable Tahigwe Irisa. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please once again join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Yes. Honorable Manuel Ongiso.
Thank you so much,
Followed by Honorable Hanifa.
I want to also thank the Minister for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, I viewed some of the video clips and I noticed something that I want the Minister to take interest in. And that is, there was one of the ladies, a soldier, that was trying to pull her colleagues away from beating people. And what came in my mind, Minister, that's why I want you to take interest, is, was there a single command or there could have been two commands or various? Because how can you have a group that is so happy to beat people and you have this other person who is pulling them away? That tells you there could have been a problem. Right Honorable Speaker, one time on the floor of Parliament here, I stated that we are sending these policemen and soldiers out there. We don't know what is in their heart, because in their training, some of the things they are sent to do, they don't like. They know that it is not professional to be sent to do what they are being asked to do. And one day, like my sister stated, if one of them gets annoyed, and that is why we also need to question whether some of them are doing it because they think they should do that, or they are doing it with the intention of actually spoiling the name of the government. You never know. Minister, you need to take interest, because some of them may be not happy and they think they should do something extreme in order to spoil the name of the government. So you need to look at all this if anything positive is supposed to come. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Hanifa.
And thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his statement, and also want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for having brought this debate on the floor. I want clarification from Honorable Minister. I want to talk about fellow members of Parliament. When you look at their charge sheets, and even others that were arrested, all the charge sheets, most of them are talking about public nuisance. But I don't know whether you took a look in the penal code about the ingredients of public nuisance. Because our MPs, I was with Honorable Nyeko in the same area, then who was grabbed, who was standing. Then they came and grabbed him. Later on the charge sheet, you wrote on the charge sheet that the offense is the public nuisance. So do you know about the ingredients of public nuisance?
Honorable, if you're going into unchartered waters, sub judice rule 73 is already charged. Please, these are not issues we can discuss here. So
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to talk about the law that has the government forgotten about the laws of Uganda. And in this case, about these people who arrest civilians, there are procedures of arresting people. There are also procedures of arresting members of Parliament. But these people who, the masked people and the JAT people, I do not know whether they are under the laws of the procedures of how people are supposed to be arrested. I want clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, let me clarify for you. And please don't get me wrong, okay? If you're a member of Parliament, and you are caught right in the act, they don't need to leave you to go and then come right to the speaker summoning you. No. Okay? So from there, and then they take you, and then we start following up. Yes? No, I want you to know, please get me clearly. Because you're going to be a member of Parliament, we can also be thieves, by the way. So you go to rob someone's home, and when they come to arrest you, you say, no, you first go to the speaker to get permission to arrest me. So there are incidences when you are taken right away. But that does not mean, yes, I'm telling you, that does not mean that I'm saying that our MPs shouldn't be arrested using the usual methods we use. I remember the Honorable Sewanyana, the Honorable Segirinya, they were sent someone through here. But where you're caught right in the act, Honorable colleagues, that won't apply. Honorable Mpuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Mpuga, I'll go to Honorable Kaberuka. Then Shadow Attorney General. Oh, no, not Shadow Attorney. Shadow Minister for Justice? Abdara, your Shadow Minister for what? Internal Affairs? Oh, Shadow Internal Affairs is Honorable Namboze. But she has just come. So I'll give the one who has been here. The former. I know they talk together.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Internal Affairs, who has just read the statement, is one of the better schooled military officers in this land. And I'm very sure that statement was just dropped on his desk when he was rushing to come to this house. I decline to imagine that it is his statement. Somebody must have written something, he was in a hurry, and he came to read it. Otherwise, how would the General David Mohoz, that I think I know fairly, make reference to the fact that some of these victims were part of an illegal parade, and therefore their treatment seemed like an act of reprisal, revenge, and retribution, which has no space in the laws of the land. That can never be a statement from the Minister of Internal Affairs that I know. Somebody simply dropped it on his desk. Probably can explain whether the actions Kawempe were punishment in retribution, and then probably educate us on their space in the laws of the land, given some illegal military parade alluded to in the statement. But Honourable Speaker. Secondly, the honourable member, I forget the name, made reference to the fact that if the EC is constrained and stretched, they can actually make request for backup. May we know from the minister whether there is such a request from the Electoral Commission? And in their request, they have formally requested for JAT to support them, not any other security agency. And explain to us the nature of stress that compelled them to make that request. 3, the people involved in the videos and on the ground are all hooded. May we understand from the minister, under what circumstances would people enforcing the laws of the land be hooded and therefore hide their identity while executing a public duty? So that we can also advise citizens on their mode of hooding themselves to counter. Right, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that we are running into dangerous territory where purported law enforcement is being done by people without identity, which is why you've had between police and the army each denying knowledge of the hooded individuals. So may we know whether there was a mutiny in one of the security forces, whether the military is experiencing a mutiny, and therefore some people are acting out of hand, so that we can alert the nation that there are some hoodlums at large, and therefore capable of harming the public, because they have no identity, they have no identifiable command and control, and therefore they're like a wall of them on the street. Right, Mr. Speaker. Very finally, right, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Bashisha, a very, very honorable lady, with pain, made allusion to the fact that she had that experience in her territory during the last election, and that the 3 people, the victims, were not even involved. Nobody involved or not involved should ever be a victim of a civil.
Thank you. Time, Honorable Abdara Swanuka. Then Honorable Kaberuka. Then Honorable Ndezi, Honorable Madoi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I happen to be one of the victims who were subjected to inhuman treatment on Sunday, bounded into a drone, tortured, slapped, pushed under the chairs of the drone and told not to look in front anywhere until I found myself having been dropped at Kawempe police station. This happened in the eyes of only one person whom I happen to identify, who is the DPC of Kawempe. When I reached Kawempe, I was slapped in front of the camera at the counter of police station at Kawempe. There is a camera. And I was slapped, undressed with my attire, which I was putting on, which is an overall, red, and I was told that is an army attire. And I asked him, since when is this an attire of police or an army? Right Honorable Speaker, everyone here can tell his or her own story. In my own constituency, which is Mukono North, I take it that I went through the worst election, and I was declared the last among all of you. Why? Somebody tried to use SFC, use the army, abducted, and it is in my constituency where most of those people whom you are hearing who were abducted, where they came from. And it started like that, and this is what is happening in Kawempe. Up to now, Kanata Muhammad, Sempi Jawida, who are from my constituency, they have never been traced again. Thank you, Right Speaker.
Please. You don't do that. Honorable Kaberuka, you switch on for yourself and you thank me. That's not how we work. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want for sure to thank you for allowing this debate in this House. And I also want to extend my appreciation to the Honorable Bahati on behalf of the government, and some semblance of, appreciation of the situation from the Minister of Internal Affairs. Honorable Speaker,
When you look at the social media now, you find Uganda, you cannot differentiate it from Congo, where there are M23 against the Congolese, vice versa, and the people are moving. They are being held in Changwali. What is the cause of this? Dishonesty. Mr. Speaker, the minister ought to tell this House who these people that beat Ugandans are. If he is to restore hope in Ugandans, let him tell us who they are. Or if he has no time to enlist them, let's give him time to bring a list of those people who beat Wananchi. But when we continue massaging this situation, it will escalate. Because, Mr. Speaker, everybody, you know, someone said that what is the food for the gander is the food for the goose. What's good for the gander is good for the goose. And this is not selecting opposition, it is happening to NRM as well. Some other DCs have started, you know, some other DCs have started intimidating people, Mr. Speaker, and they are saying, we are going to come for you.
Honorable Kaberuka, how we behave here, when the microphone is off because of time, you ask for more time. You don't switch on, then you continue business as usual. Honorable Ndezi? And I saw they gave you little time, I would have added you, but because of what you've done, I'm not able. Honorable Ndezi?
Right on, Speaker. The constitutional mandate for managing elections is vested in the Electoral Commission. In the performance of its constitutional mandate, the Commission shall not be subject to the direction of any person or authority. The Commission is autonomous. The Commission is independent. Therefore, right on, Speaker, we have many questions to ask the Electoral Commission. Unfortunately, the Electoral Commission is not here. You talk about police, we talk about army, but the right party to be in charge of the situation we are talking about in Kawempe is the Electoral Commission. Therefore, right on, Speaker, I think at an appropriate time, we should find a mechanism for ensuring that the Electoral Commission is held accountable. If they have allowed other parties to hijack their functions, let them tell us. If they do not have the mandate to manage the elections, let them tell us. We allocate a lot of money to this commission every year. If it has failed to use the money properly, let the commission shall tell us. So, right on, Speaker, my humble request is that we need a mechanism for ensuring that we interact with the Electoral Commission to know exactly what is going on there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Modoy, then Honorable Opendi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank this House for reviewing and discussing this subject matter. I was a returning officer. Yeah, in Uganda, for many years I've been a returning officer, and I was. And I want to thank Honorable Ndezi what he said. The mandate to hold elections in this country rests strictly with the Electoral Commission. Particularly so when you have a nominated candidate, that candidate becomes your official. They have the right to protect that candidate and ensure that whatever happens, happens within the law. You only request security to protect the process. All of us colleagues, we are the product of elections. You know, each one has a story. This thing has happened maybe at the time when we should review what's going to happen, how it happens. It's very true that democracy is a definition of a nation. It is a very serious program that allows each citizen to see how their leaders are elected. The same is also equally true that the leadership of a country comes about through democracy. And therefore, the constitution has to be held high. What happened in Kawempe could happen in other parts of the country. So in my opinion, and I think the Chairman Electoral Commission address people, I say people because he didn't address the nation. He has to come out clearly to assure the nation whether we are ready for elections or what's going to happen. We have a friend whose child was passing that direction, and she was beaten badly. And as I wind up, I want to look at the security. When I was in service, the coat of arms has to be respected at all costs. People, the goons who were beating people were putting on, they had our flag. There is no way, I think, in my view, we have to be very frank and look at this issue squarely and address it. Honorable Minister, the idea of thanking you that you went and consoled the patient, it should have been Electoral Commission, because those are the in charge of this product. I want to thank you again, and the colleague, let's not lose hope. I think this is the time to review of how we are going to proceed. Thank you.
Honorable Fendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving time to this particular subject that has been disturbing my head, Right Honorable Speaker, since I watched the news that a prospective member of parliament can come from nomination and is pulled off a motorbike, thrown onto the ground. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a history as a country. We cannot afford to see this happening in the NRM government, where we all rejoiced and thanked the president for liberating this country. Who are these officers? When I heard the police, the spokesperson for Honorable, former Felix Kulaije, speaking and saying they don't know these people. Now, how can people have guns, have sticks, beat up Ugandans, and nobody is arresting them? And they continued with this even the next day. I have raised the issue of officers covering their faces. If you are not criminals, why are you covering your faces? Why don't you want to be seen by the Ugandans? Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request we moved away from the governments that were not democratic. Our constitution obligates the state to ensure free participation by all Ugandans. They are free to participate in politics and elect the person that they want. If that is not the way we want to go, can we scrap off these elections, Right Honorable Speaker? Can we go back to the movement to no party state, and we stand on individual merit? Because the parties are now, we are getting divided around parties. If political parties are an issue, Right Honorable Speaker, we are requesting for constitution amendments. Can we have constitution amendments here before we go into elections? We are silent, and yet the days are drawing closer. Can we discuss these matters?
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I appreciate the cross-partisan views of members. They actually feed into the government's desire to have a peaceful electoral process. The practical solutions we seek are fed by the processes, the roles, and the balance of rights and duties that you have talked about. So I think it's good to have this engagement, but follow up with it with a more concrete engagement between security, but also the EC, around the EC, and all the players to talk about and find solutions to these issues. Every citizen has a life that is sanctified, so I want to disagree with my colleague, Honorable Joyce. It's not just journalists, but also everyone, whether a journalist or not, should be treated fairly before the law. So I want to allay your fears. There is no bubble, but in the unlikely event that it is there, the pressure points are being pricked by this discussion, and we shall together find a solution. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members.
Now, honourable colleagues, I want to urge the parties, okay, to use your platforms which you have outside this house, provided for under the constitution, from iPod to all other parties, to engage on these matters so that you engage with the principles. Because what was in Kawempe is really undesirable. It's undesirable. It's totally, I don't know how someone can be provoked to track someone off a border, someone who is from being nominated. Me, in fact, I said maybe this candidate is being campaigned for. I said indirectly, you know, but it's very, very bad. It's what was there. It's very, very bad. So I urge you, please follow up on that. Next item.
Item 3, statement by Minister on the occasion of commemoration of the International Women's Day.
Honourable Minister for Gender. Honourable colleagues, Rule 52, Sub-Rule 2, time is gone. I'm not allowed to go beyond 1 hour on an item, and that time is gone. So I can't open up that issue again. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have the statement, which is 41 pages. It's uploaded. Yes, I wanted to give you a comprehensive statement. So I am going to give highlights. But to note that if you want statistics, if you want details, if you want accountability for all the programs broadly of government on women, they are contained and uploaded, but I will give synopsis and summary. Right Honourable Speaker and members, in 1975, the UN declared International Women's Year and recognized March 8th as International Women's Day, and all member states celebrate as a global day. This year's celebration is anchored around the priority areas of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. The national celebration shall be in Chankwanzi. Right Honourable, I want to allow members to read page 2, but to state that the theme is accelerate action for gender equality. I will go to page 3, which deals with progress made so far by government. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, under 4.1, I want to deal with legal and policy framework that government has consistently ensured that gender equality and empowerment of women is prioritized, and significant strides in promoting gender equality has been made. On page 4, I want to articulate that Uganda is a signatory to international and regional instruments on gender equality and women's empowerment, including Convention on Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, which is now 30 years this year, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the SDG goals, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, which is called Maputo Protocol, the gender policy, the IGAD development framework.
Honourable Minister, every year you've always told us that.
Yes.
If we could go to what you've achieved and the theme and what you want us to, something new that we don't recycle.
Right Honourable, let me allow members to read the laws that have been put in place, which is articulated on page 4, page 5 up to page 6, we deal with the laws. Part of page 6, we deal with the policies that have been put in place. And page 6, we also deal with the institutional framework that is in place for promoting gender equality and empowerment of women. All the mechanism in all the ministries, the MDS, which takes us from page 6, 7, page 8, the National Women Council, the Equal Opportunities Commission. Page 9, you have all the institutional framework. Page 10, you also have part of the institutional framework, which recognizes Parliament as well, and the ministries and MDS and what each one of is doing is page 10 to 13. You will look at what each ministry has done to establish gender desk. Page 13, we deal with the frameworks in supporting women's representation in public affairs. And let me just give this data and statistics. The government upheld affirmative provision in the Constitution and the laws which provide quota. And that's why most women members of Parliament, and I'm glad that this Parliament integrated it in the election of members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, the East African Legislative Assembly, and other bodies. And the statistics currently is that in cabinet, senior cabinet ministers who are female constitute 44%, compared to 36% in 2016. So we have made progress. Ministers of state, there are 50 of them, out of which 23 are women, constituting 46%. And we can note that for permanent secretaries, out of the permanent secretaries, we have 17 women permanent secretaries out of 34. 15 CEOs of commissions, there are 39, 14 are women. There are 37 ambassadors who are women. In the 11th Parliament, 175 female members of Parliament, 146 of whom came under affirmative action as district women MPs. The percentage of women in Parliament stands at 34%. This one we have sort of regressed because in the last Parliament we were 35%. And surprisingly, at local government level, in those leadership, women constitute 45.7% of the elected leaders at local government level. Right Honorable, I will leave members to look at the achievement under social sector, education, health, which is articulated from page 14 to 22. Water and environment, technology and engineering, and all those social sector, you will get the data and statistics. On page 23, we deal with women's access to land and property, which is one of the key areas that is very instrumental in economic empowerment of women. We tell you the programs under Ministry of Lands, how it has supported women, and the Land Amendment Act, you will be able to read. On page 24, we deal with legal frameworks for dispute resolution and social protection. On page 25, we deal with measures being taken to reduce gender digital divide. Page 26, we deal with legal frameworks and programs for economic empowerment of women. We tell you the banks and the banking products and financial products that are supporting women. And I think for this, I want to congratulate specific banks that have initiated women's products. with a very low interest rate. Centenary Bank is implementing Cente Super Women. It's a financial product that is offering business loans to enable women grow their businesses. DFCU is operating also a women's program for empowerment of women. Finance Trust Bank, and from 27 we deal with programs under government, the Joint Youth Livelihood Program, Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship Program, the Statistics of Achievement is in there, the Parish Development Model, the Presidential Initiative on Wealth and Job Creation and EMIOGA, the GROW, the Agricultural Credit Facility, the Climate Resilient Livelihood Opportunities for Women Economic Empowerment, the NSSFI Innovator Program, the Deliver Women's Economic Resilience Through Enterprise and Market System Dreams Program, the Reduction and Reducing Burden of Unpaid Care and Domestic Work for Women. Right Honorable and members, page 31, we deal with women's access to justice, which is very vital. We now have administration of judiciary and partnership to profile gender-based violence cases. We have a partnership with Office of Director of Public Prosecution that profile and fast-track all the cases related to gender-based violence, and also putting in place the witness protection for women to testify in camera. Page 33, we deal with employment and labor participation, and that takes us up to page 35. And page 35, we deal with the issue of prevention and response to gender-based violence. We articulate the statistics and what we've done. So that enumerates the key achievements. On page 36, we deal with the challenges, the persistent poverty, persistent discriminatory and negative social norms and practices against women, resource constraints, data gaps. And 6.0, page 36, we articulate the priorities for women's empowerment for the next 5 years, 2026-2030. And you can look at it on page 37, improving women's livelihood, economic empowerment, access to social services, strengthening governance and accountability for gender equality, mindset change for gender empowerment and women, elimination of gender-based violence, promoting women's participation in public life and decision-making, strengthening women peace and security, reducing gender digital divide, and others. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 38, we note that the chief guest for this year's Women's Day is His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. And we invite you to attend the celebration. And the venue, I wish to notify you that the venue is in Bukwiri Church of Uganda Primary School, Chankwanzi District, Butemba Town Council. Preparation, we tell you the preparation under 9.0, page 38, and page 39. Right Honorable, conclusion. Honorable colleagues, I wish to inform you and honorable members that you are all invited to join us in Chankwanzi to celebrate International Women's Day on 8th March 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadow Minister for Gender. Is she around? Oh, yes. Neighbor Esther.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Beth Ethonalima, Shadow Minister for Local Governments. I'm standing in for Honorable Fortunate Rose Natongo, who is the Shadow Minister for gender. She's officially having other parliamentary work. Thank you so much. Getting back, Right Honorable Speaker, as we also respond over the matters the colleague minister has raised, we are looking at the different frameworks she has raised, and we see that despite the fact that we've put in place and we've really put signatories to several of these legal policies and legal frameworks, the CEDAW, the Beijing Declaration, we have Maputo Protocol, and many others, even just the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, talk about the Bill of Rights, the women's rights. What has been discussed here is evidence to what is being done to women. We are seeing political violence to the women of Uganda. We see how women are being treated when we are administering different laws, but ignoring entirely the legal frameworks we have. It's evidenced women in this country, they were stepped, they were backed, they were tear gassed. These women were battered, and more so, they were not women police officers. We still now wonder, as the gender ministry come in to now advocate for a fair way of handling women in this country. When we get to part 4.4.2, we are seeing the women and girls' health being handled. We still have a challenge, the menstrual health of girls and young women in this country. Have we really thought about of how best we can subsidize sanitary wear such that we don't continue losing the 22% of school-going children due to matters of menstrual health? And now this will come to the fact that as we are planning to handle the budget as Parliament of Uganda, could we plan and think of how best we can subsidize sanitary wear, how we can put off or give very little taxes, so that a sanitary pad, instead of it going for 5,000, let's have pads that are for 1,500, something affordable, so that if that girl out there is able to be in position to go for school, but comfortably as she goes through her days. We are also looking at the Market Act, which you've also cited here. The Market Act, we are privileged that at least I was among the few who are in the Committee of Public Service and Local Government. Now, have you gone further to see that we have those regulations placed? Because much as Parliament put in place the Market Act, we don't see the regulations coming in. We don't see that commitment of having the minimum wage to our workers out there who are not able to have that good salary and to have a minimum basic wage considered. So we ask that you really have that in place. And also, could we consider the fact that several of women decide where I stand? We discussed last time celebrating Women's Days and having the comfort to choose our guest of honors on the Women's Days. The national has been organized. We are glad that it's in place. But as we represent our people, there are several issues and there are several dynamics of the country whereby the guest of honor of my choice will not be the guest of honor as far as that RDC will want that guest to be, will not be as that DPC would wish that guest of honor. Could you think of Women's Days celebrations, and the other parties are also free to choose their own? Also, the interference of women activities. We are in the political party dispensation. If the opposition or any other party, even the civic space, the SCOs are also complaining the same. When they put up an action and a certain activity, can we see you, the ministry, helping in such that as long as it's a women's activity, it is given due space and you aided such that continuously we can see a fair ground, a fair women's celebration across all angles. As I finish, we have brought all these times and we have talked as a country, and there are several economic programs that are aiding the women to come up. as the ministry sat down and highlighted the gaps, those very encumbrances that are continuously in place, and to this day, much as we have GROW, much as we have PDM, much as we have many other socioeconomic programs, have we taken enough time to find out where are the encumbrances? How comes women of Uganda are still poor? Is it fair distribution? Is it because the quotas are not realized? So we want to appreciate you, and we are praying, let's critically look at these issues, but more so stand up. We expect the Ministry of Gender to stand up and condemn all the discrimination going on. We expect it to come and see women's rights being not observed at all in the ongoing campaigns, and if it predicts what women will go through in the upcoming. As we talk...
Thank you. Thank you. Uwopa has assigned the usually shadow minister, then I got Uwopa, and I'm told the vice chair Uwopa. Honorable. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the minister for the report, and also the shadow representative for the issues that have been raised. First of all, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to go back on the issue of the freedom of association. That is very fundamental, enshrined in our Constitution, in the Bill of Rights. Right Honorable Speaker, every woman is entitled to the right to associate in any way they want. Today, you find that women in the opposition cannot even come out to speak or wear the colors of their parties. Right, Honorable Minister, you're in charge of the women, the women's docket, the ministry. You need to come out and speak about this. We have seen brutality. These men in uniform who are supposed to serve our country, they are beating women. You need to come out and stand and speak about this. I represent all women on WOPA, so even if it happened to someone in any other political divide, I'll come out and speak. We need to protect women. We need to see women associate wherever they want to be. Right Honorable Speaker, we have women in prisons. Our women do not access sanitary pads, sanitary towels. I have met several who say that when I'm imprisoned, I'm in my periods, until I get to reach my family, that's when I'll be able to access sanitary towels. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Gender needs to visit these prisons and make sure that women can access anything they need, because you have no control over that. We need to see that women can access sanitary towels in the prisons. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, we have so many women who are in those safe houses. Women are different, Right Honorable Speaker. If someone is put in a safe house for more than 48 hours, a woman, without clean, safe bathrooms, washrooms, what do you expect a woman to go through? We need to hear the ministry speak about this. You're going to celebrate the International Women's Day, but there are trailblazers. There are women who started this journey. If they were here, they would speak about these issues, the issues that affect a woman. We don't have to talk about only economic empowerment, elective positions. We need to speak about those issues that affect a...
Thank you. Faith Kunhira, then Kumi, then Marisa.
Thank you so much.
Any man who is not a member of WOPA today, you'll be in trouble. I won't pick you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the minister for the statement and for letting us know about the celebrations that are about to happen in Chankwanzi. Right Honorable Speaker, sometime back last year, the minister invited us as members of parliament to a hotel to speak about the GROW project. And we were so much involved at the beginning and at the inception of the project. But at the moment, I do not know any woman from my district that has benefited from this famous GROW project that I participated in at the beginning of the project. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we attend these workshops, we go back to our constituencies and tell the women that there's an opportunity that is coming and is going to benefit you as women. It is sad that our women are applying for the GROW project in the bank, and the bank will tell them to wait. Some of them have waited forever and have completely not benefited from the GROW project as a whole. I want the minister to really give us a clear statement of what is happening to the GROW project, who is benefiting from the GROW project, and who is getting this money from the GROW project if it is not our rural women who are very, very enterprising. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity, and thanks to the Minister for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, like the Minister made a statement last year, she made a statement on the funding that had been sent to districts to support district celebrations. I expected details of the same in this year's statement. Could the Minister update the women of Uganda whether government is supporting as it did last year? Number two, Right Honourable, it is also very important that the Minister writes to all districts so that all districts are able to update this country on how women of Uganda are really fighting poverty and improving on their household incomes following the various government programs across the country. Right Honourable Speaker, the districts are now looking at Women's Day celebrations as a celebration for the women members of Parliament. And yet this is a national celebration. Could we implore the districts to take lead as the women MPs go and support? Many times they say there is no local revenue, because this is quite important. As I speak now, there is nothing clear about Women's Day celebration for Kumi district. And I want the Minister to support us in that area so that other districts don't miss out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Medisa. Then Honourable Chen Doka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues to thank the Minister for the statement, as I join the rest of Ugandans to celebrate Women's Day on the 8th. Right Honourable Speaker, we are celebrating the acts of courage and determination of our ordinary women. I come from a district, that is Yumbe district, which holds a predominant population of Muslims, and women have embraced government programs, but they still have barriers, especially when it comes to access to some of the microfinance benefits that the government puts in place. My colleague talked about GROW. Women say that some of the collaterals or some of the terms that you present to them are not benefiting them. For example, rural women in our cultural setup don't really own land. And you have put land as one of the conditions for them to access money that can enable them to do some appropriate small businesses. That is really their cry, that if you can review some of those terms and conditions that can benefit them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable Chen Douglas.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for the statement. However, just like my colleagues are already raising, there are critical areas. Women's Day, when we hear about this as part of the women, we spend so much to organize Women's Day. I would like a confirmation the day is just around the corner. Honourable Minister, the 3 million, the money that is supposed to be received by the different districts, is it already there as the day has already arrived? We want that confirmation. We spend so much to transport women from different sub-counties to the venue. We spend to organize in various ways. Some women MPs are spending up to over 30 million. We want this confirmation, Honorable Minister. Secondly, Honorable Minister, the statement you've provided is very informative and it's really good, and I know as a country we've made very great strides in gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. But we know that during the period of COVID-19, as a country, Uganda was hit by high rates of teenage pregnancies. So many girls dropped out of school. What are we doing as a country? Even when you look at higher education students financing scheme, very few girls are benefiting. What are we doing to support the girls who dropped out of school to ensure that they can also benefit from the programs that government is having, besides the GROW program, which in Electoral, I don't know anybody who has benefited from the GROW program. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sir Maureen, Honorable Flavia Rabuhoro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in commemorating the International Women's Day. My question would be, Honorable Minister, how much do we normally spend for organizing this event annually? And does the ministry do a review to know if impactful or if this day you're organizing for women impacts the lives of the local or the rural women down there? Because in most cases, we just celebrate Women's Day for the sake of celebration without knowing the impact. And then secondly, the other day we had Women's Parliament here. The women were recommending PDM, where they've been benefiting so well. However, GROW has been a problem across the entire country. May we therefore request you to bring for us, to lay for us on the floor of Parliament, at least, Right Honorable Speaker, through you, that the minister comes here with a list, district by district, city by city, to know how many women are benefiting from the GROW project. Or is the GROW project for the rich? Right Honorable Speaker, lastly, the ministry, I request you, there are laws that you need to popularize, like the Succession Act, where women do not know that they have right to inheritance of land. I think some of these policies and laws in place, you must come as ministry boldly to inform the women down there that indeed, as you go for some of the loans in those banks, you can have the right to inheritance of land. It's not true that it's only men who have right to inheritance. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Flavia Rob-Horo. Honorable Pascal Menya.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to wish the women of this country and the whole citizenry a happy Women's Day. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my minister for the elaborate statement. But the need to accelerate action requires us to swiftly and decisively have steps to achieve the gender agenda. Right Honorable Speaker, with the right actions and intentional support, we shall make appropriate progress. The amount of child parents we are registering every day, even after COVID-19, is alarming. Right Honorable Speaker, if we have to speak about the actions, I think we need now a legislation on a child rights approach to reintegration assistance to the child parents to facilitate re-entry into school. This should be employing a comprehensive child protection and welfare system in order for them to actualize their right to basic education and ensure proper care for their children. Right Honorable Speaker, the more we delay the policy and the legislation to reintegrate child parents, because I know there are even child parents among boys, let's have a policy and a legislation to cause a re-entry, which I know should be a process. But let us be deliberate and intentional. And so I would like to implore the ministry to develop a policy and later a legislation for reintegration of the child parents back into the school programs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pascal Menya. Honorable Stella Tiang.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report. And I want to go straight, Right Honorable Speaker, on the matter concerning girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, we've received reports showing that there's a lot of school dropouts on girl child. And among the factors that are making these children of ours leave school is the issue of sanitary pads. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to recollect from the submission of the Honorable colleague on the support to the sanitary pads. We have senior women teachers in every school. Let's see a way of supporting these leaders in school so that they can help our young child when they are going to start their menstruation period. Right Honorable Speaker, we also ask government, let's try every effort it takes to reduce tax on pads so that our young generation do not be exposed to such risk that will make them leave school. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to go on the issue of GROW. Right Honorable Speaker, GROW project in my district, people are considering to be for the rich. The people per day went and registered and opened bank accounts in a waiting for GROW project. But with disappointment, Right Honorable Speaker, they were not able to get this money because of the terms, the collateral which are required from them that they cannot afford. May we ask government, we pray that you adjust on the collateral so that the local woman that we so want to bring and step up to come out and benefit from this project. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Sterat Young.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me. I want to thank the Minister for the statement given in preparation for the celebration of Women's Day. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an increasing number of cases of child marriages and defilement. And these children, in spite of these children knowing of the referral pathway, like when they're defiled, cases are reported to police. But when these cases are referred to police, there is a tendency of police asking for facilitation in terms of fuel to help them go and track the perpetrators. But unfortunately, these are children of incapable Ugandans who are unable to afford these monies. So they end up keeping the girls for a short time, and because they cannot keep them for long, they release them back to the community. And hence these perpetrators again come back and take advantage of the desperation of these children. I want to urge government to actually facilitate the police to be able to do their work in terms of tracing these perpetrators and bringing them to book so that we are able to calm down this kind of cases of defiling our children. The other one is about GROW. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the last financial audit report, the reason as why women did not access GROW funds, even after being directed to go to the respective banks to get these funds, the banks will tell them the money is done. It's just because the Ministry of Finance was not able to release this money in time. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the Minister in charge to always work on it.
Thank you. Honorable Juliet Kakande.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also thank the Minister for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the annual reports from the Ministry normally indicate the background of the International Women's Day. Previously, I've managed to participate in different Women's Day celebrations nationally. But when you happen to go there, normally the speeches, the entertainment, and whatever, the information that is always being given out tends to narrow the day as if it's a day to mobilize women to support the movement NRM. Yet it has a broad picture. So my request is through you, Right Honorable Speaker, to the Minister, that this is the day when we should sensitize women, more especially in the local areas, to change their mindset toward to be positive towards the reasons as to why this day was being initiated. Another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, various members of Parliament have talked about the 3 million that we've been given, but we see that in Uganda always there is inflation. You see, some members have been frustrated that we may not even get that amount, yet we expect it to have increased maybe to 5 or 10. So, Honorable Minister, through Right Honorable Speaker, we pray that the amount of money given to districts should be increased. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Stella Isodo. Nakayinza.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Honorable Minister for the statement, but I also want to implore the Minister, as you write to the districts about the 3 million, about the celebration of Women's Day, you remind them that Uganda is under a multi-party dispensation. In those districts, we have opposition women MPs who also need to celebrate with their women. Ngora district has never celebrated a Women's Day. I hope this time we shall also celebrate. And I request the minister to write to the RDCs who are blocking us. Secondly, the GROW project. Honorable Minister, the GROW project, we have been meeting. I think we need another meeting to review. The conditions in the project do not allow the rural woman to be able to get this loan. I was looking at the report the other day from the Ministry of Gender, and so far only 87 districts out of 146 have benefited, and Ngora is not one of them. This is because the loan has stringent conditions of a minimum of 4 million. They want a land title. You remember, Honorable Minister, we had a meeting, and one of the women in Kumi got a land title from her husband to get a loan for stationery, just stationery business. And yet, you know, we sell mukene, we sell tomatoes. So why don't we meet to review this project to benefit the rural woman, the local woman? I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Nakayinza, Honorable Nabagereka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to thank the Minister for the statement. However, I only have a few questions to the Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, through you, could the Minister, it's very good, she has given us very good statistics, especially on women leaders and their percentages. Have you got any statistics on child workers, on child mothers, and women facing violence, especially from the police? Do you have those statistics? I happen to have also been a victim of violence by police, and many other women. Has any moment been there for the ministry to condemn such acts? Or they just watch and see women being brutalized? We need to see a statement, at least, from the women, to see that they're standing with the women. I also want to find out if there are any statistics on how many rural women have benefited from the GROW project. Like it has been ably said by many of the members here that land ownership is part of the requirement. Do you have statistics on how many women have land or have access to land? Because, like it has been expressed by many, women, according to culture, have been suppressed.
Thank you. Honorable Flavia Nabagereka. Then Honorable Chirabo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate.
Be cautious when you're interrupting women this week.
Yes.
Flavia Carole.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And moreover, we are in Lent period, so I don't know.
I want to appreciate the Minister for the statement she has made. I think it's important as a country to take stock of what we have gained, but also be able to pave a way forward for what needs to be done. And right now, we still have a backlash on some of the aspects or key pillars in the Beijing Platform for Action report that we need to take note of. For example, Pillar 4, Pillar 9, violence against women, especially violence against women in elections. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cost of violence against women in Uganda currently is 15% to the GDP of the country. About 18% of women that have ever experienced violence usually result into suicides. This means that we have to do something about the violence against women. When it comes to violence against women in elections and politics, tagging it to the Pillar 4 of women's participation in politics, and tagging it to the human rights pillar of human rights of women. We are looking at, currently I have 5 women that are currently in prison, but 5 women that were battered under the National Unity Platform and did not get any treatment, but were sent to Luzira prison, remanded without any treatments. Honorable Helen Namkwaya is a Machinde councillor. She was battered during her participation in the Kawempe by-election. Honor Nanzara Zaitun, her head was broken here. That's the woman you saw, a fish seller in the market. But because she was exercising her right to participating in politics, she has now ended up in a hospital bed. Nabosa Prosi was battered at the back. We saw the woman who had all those.
Yeah, now instead of debating, you're giving risks. No. You would give an example or two, then you debate.
Thank you very much.
Just conclude on
so all these people, including Swabra Owomuksa, who was violated. No, those are the women. No, it's important, Honorable Speaker, that we put names to these people, because when we just talk about numbers, sometimes we forget who these people are. I'd want us to urge us as a country to, first of all, contribute to financing gender-based violence, because the cost of GBV and violence against women is high on a country.
Thank you, Honorable Chirabo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. I also want to thank the Minister for the statement. But Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want you to believe with me that such days generate and attract debates, like a number of debates. So many members rise up to comment and comment. Days like Youth Days, Women's Day, to the extent that the Parliament conducts a youth parliament. This week on Monday, we had Women's Parliament. My question to the Minister, where do these resolutions go? The resolutions we get from the Youth Parliament and the Women's Parliament. And also ask you, Right Honorable, the Speaker, to at least spare a day for us, women and youth members of Parliament, to come and discuss these resolutions so that we pave our way forward for what comes out from those parliaments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Chiboga. Oyam too. Okay. Then,
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Then Honorable Christ.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
No, Honorable colleagues, number one, any colleague who had already spoken on the previous matter, I'm not giving them an opportunity on this, so that I can give others a chance. And most of them know how I work. They can be different subjects, but for purposes of giving everyone a chance, we do that, okay? And now it's coming 4 p.m., which is PM time, so let's hurry. The Prime Minister takes over our time.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to state it that we are celebrating our Women's Day here, some of us, because us, especially women on opposition, are not given right and liberty to celebrate these days back home. So I am happy I am celebrating the Women's Day here, a place where we are equally treated, because when you look at the arrangement of the celebration, really, I don't know how politically it is balanced, how religious it is balanced, and so you find that the day has become one political party women's celebration. I need the minister to come into this and try to ensure that all of us women of the different shades enjoy our day because we are women. Right Honourable Speaker, right now, most of us are asked by our children whether we are terrorists or not. We needed the minister to come out clearly and confirm to the public and the general country and globe that women on opposition are not terrorists, but they are on the opposition and we are in a political party dispensation. Right Honourable Speaker, I was in the hospital on Monday with the WASH Forum in Chiboga, and the medical people told us that the mama kits were out of the medical supplies. Right Honourable Speaker, they are mandatory items that we need as women. I don't know why condoms are everywhere, and items like sanitary pads, items like mama kits, missing the supplies. We cannot run away. We cannot run away from these reproductive items. Right Honourable Speaker.
Colleagues, let's have order. Let's have order. The member knows condoms benefit both sides. Okay. They are multi-purpose.
Right Honourable Speaker, I still engaged with the senior women teachers about the provision of pads to our children. And they told us that we only give pads as emergency on the first day. A girl who was given an emergency pad yesterday cannot return for the next day. Yet we are aware there are more than 4 days for the action. So why should pads be emergency given? So, Right Honourable Speaker, as women, we are...
Thank you. Dr. Apio.
Thank you very much.
Then Dr. Christie.
Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to very much thank the Minister for her statement and acknowledge that we have come a long way in terms of policy and legal reforms. The reason I'm here on a directly elected ticket, albeit with a lot of challenges, because the ground is not yet leveled for everyone. And that means that, to me, it doesn't do us any good as a country to start arguing about the affirmative seat, doing away with the affirmative seat that has a number of us in the House and also at the lower levels of local government. But Right Honourable Speaker, today my main concern is the poorly resourced extension service for social protection at the grassroots. And I will draw the example of my district. Honourable Minister, for a district of nearly 600,000 people, which you rightly resourced to have at the sub-county level a community development officer. At least I know that in all of my 9 sub-counties and 7 sub-counties and 2 town councils, I have a community development officer. But none of them has been resourced to reach out to the grassroots. We do not have a single motorcycle, not even at the district level. At the district level, we have, I think, only 1 motorcycle that was given 3 years ago, which is limping at the moment, and no vehicle at all. And so when we talk about accelerating, action for women, for equality, it beats my understanding when we do not have the means, to preach the gospel to the grassroots. But also,
thank you. Honourable Santa.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable, for giving me this chance. I join my colleagues in thanking the Honourable Minister for coming up with a very detailed statement. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we have very beautiful laws as a country, but the challenge comes in the implementation. We have parish development model targeting women. We have Women's Fund. We have GROW. But when you go down deep to the villages, Right Honorable Speaker, the women are crying. The monies are not reaching them. Secondly, Honorable Minister, last time you made us smile so widely. This time, is there the 3 million for the celebration, just like we are seeing in the national function? Because as the women member of parliament, this burden is resting on our shoulder. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice on who becomes the guest of honor on the Women's Day celebration. Particularly in my district, I don't have a problem. But I feel so much concern when I see colleagues, women MPs, being beaten on their day when they are supposed to be happy. Honorable Minister, what do you have in place to protect the women members of parliament to enjoy and become the guests on their day? Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about a strong action in relation to the theme economic empowerment, accelerating. We have a very serious burden, and more especially the social barrier. Honorable Minister, much as we are talking about very good laws, very good programs, but we have a problem with the social barriers, Mr. Speaker, where the women are normally having a big obstacle in accessing money. When you talk money in the banks, we have women not owning land. So, right.
Thank you, Dr. Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Right Honorable Minister for your statement. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about the increased numbers of maternal mortalities in Uganda. You find that we are promised that every sub-county must have a health center but in OK 3, although health center 3s were now elevated to health center 4, whereby we are expecting each health center 4 to be having medical. Okay. I sit on a health committee, and I know what I'm talking about. The health center 3s were elevated to health center 4.
Honorable colleague, please. Some of these statements you need to be very cautious, okay? Only health center 2s were elevated, okay? That didn't mean health center 3s being elevated too.
Okay. Health center 3s are supposed to be having a medical officer today. Okay, that's the statement I can state today. And yeah, I sit on the health committee, and you are finishing my time. They are supposed to be having a medical officer as an in charge. But we are having increased numbers of maternal mortalities today. And the health center 3s are few, more especially in my area. I have very few health center 3s, and we don't have medical officers, we don't have theaters, and the maternal mortalities are becoming so high. We have only one ambulance. The roads, we have poor road infrastructures, and the buildings are in a poor state. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I just request you that in Mukomansim district, you help us reduce the numbers of maternal mortalities by giving us at least 4 ambulances in our district, and also to work on our health center 3s. We have biggest health center 3. It is in a poor state.
Thank you. Honorable Christine, Honorable Witch Jen.
Thank you, Right Honorable
I'll conclude
Speaker.
with Honorable Zumra.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am just here to add on the voice of my colleagues. I'm here to add on the voice of my colleagues. I'm also here to urge the government to at least try it level-based to remove any collateral from the women. In my district there, very many women have applied for GROW, but you find that only one woman can qualify for GROW. Majority are very poor, and yet they are the ones who hold most of the family responsibilities. Secondly, I want to pray and I want to ask my friends, colleagues, during our celebration, let's take our time to educate our girls. Very many are still getting pregnant at early ages, and very many are getting married are getting married when they're young. I pray that on that day, let's take our time to teach them. Very many look at us like role models. If we talk to them, they can listen to us. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christine Nakero.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I'm going to talk about justice for women. The Honorable Minister, you talked about justice for women, but I'm going to stroke the embarrassment for women. The Right Honorable Speaker, most women are being embarrassed in supermarkets. As if supermarkets in the markets also, in public places. If you go to jails, you find even both women and men being taken to jail, as if the women are the only ones stealing in public. It has become a culture. When a woman is caught, they undress the woman. I've seen the woman being undressed, and the fun of beating the central government of women. I've never seen a man being beaten after stealing. I've never seen a man being undressed in public. Honorable Minister for Gender, what are we doing for our women? Much as we are advocating, we are going to celebrate Women's Day. It is really appalling. Women, once they are caught even being a suspect, someone is a suspect, they undress the women. They are dressed naked. I've seen the women. I'm not going to mention their names. Honorable Minister, please, Right Honorable Speaker, I need protection.
Honorable, you are centrally protected.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Speaker, women, we are advocating for economic empowerment, but embarrassment being caused on women, especially the rural women. Once if somebody is a suspect, they undress the person, they remove everything, the knickers, and they are beating the central government. And yet, I don't know which law. Why don't we on that day?
Thank you. Thank you. No, honorable. No, honorable colleagues, once someone is caught in such an act, even the local government shouldn't be beaten. No government should be beaten. So Honorable Zumra, and then I'll call Honorable Kisa to represent men.
Yeah, Honorable thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me join the rest of my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for Gender for the beautiful and nice report that he has tabled today in commemorating the Women's Day in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me encourage the men in this house to also go out there and encourage the men in the villages to start taking their responsibilities as being the man in the house. Most of the women in this county are dying quietly. Men have left responsibilities that they are supposed to take in the hands of women. Women are taking responsibilities of men. Men have become donors of children to women. When the child comes out, the responsibility is being left to the woman. So I am encouraging you, the men in this house, go out there and teach your men out there to be in position to take their responsibilities. One, of paying school fees. Two, we need a roof on a woman and the children. Three, we need home for these women and the children. Four, you need to dress up your women so that they will also look nice, like the young girls that you are admiring outside there. Stop going for those women out. Please try.
Thank you.
Try to empower your woman in your house so that she can remain admirable to you as your wife and a woman in your house and as the mother of your children. I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my beautiful minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kisa, come and speak for men. We are on the spot. Switch on.
Well, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and particularly for giving me the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I have two issues. And one is a clarification I want to get from the Minister of Gender. Gender, by definition, is male and female. The Ministry of Gender, when they are planning and emphasizing issues, they talk about women, youth, and children. And men, we are not mentioned anywhere. Now, when the honorable colleagues come here, they say women have taken over responsibility, and then men are not doing their work. Where are we as men in the Ministry of Gender? And then they talk about beating the central government. Where is the local government in this issue? This is a very serious matter. So the Minister for Gender, I want to see clarification from you. Where are you planning for men in your ministry? Because you're always about women, youth, and children. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister gave statistics about the numbers being empowered, especially the women. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a teacher, and I've observed this very seriously. The number of women, maybe I say girls, becoming child mothers in this country is escalating, especially in rural areas. And the minister has talked about the number of women in...
Conclude, since you're talking for the local government. Let's conclude.
The minister has given statistics, members of parliament, women. Now, in rural areas, there are many children, child mothers, who are not going back to school, right from COVID time. I wanted to get clarification from the Minister of Gender. Which program do you have to empower child mothers, who are many in the rural areas and even in towns? Which program? Number two, can you give us the statistics about the child mothers who have dropped out of school because of teenage pregnancy from that time of COVID up to now, and how best are you also empowering them? Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And you don't need to go to each and every question. We are late for Prime Minister's time, so let's use around 3 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable and Honourable Members. I want to...
Just start with the issue of the local government, and then the rest will... Where are men in your planning?
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to note and thank all the members, because most of the issues are input into the papers. There are proposals that we will take on, and I pledge that we will take on most of the issues raised. I wanted to start with the GROW, but since you said I start with local government, let me state that the ministry plans for everybody. Gender is women, men, girls, and boys. It is how we should plan and ensure that those who are vulnerable of the women and men, girls and boys, are pulled to reach to the level of the other gender. So when you hear we are talking so much about women and girls, it means in our data, the male gender is proportionately better than the female gender. So all the, yes. So all the program is first to lift those that are not, those who are disempowered should first come to your level, and then we now plan when we are together. And my data, when you look at my data, just in this parliament alone, we are only 34%. So if I come here as a minister for gender, and I say I want affirmative action, I cannot say I want affirmative action for male who are 76% in this house. I have to plan for the 34 to move to 50%, and then I say, okay, let's now plan for both gender. So that is why the local governments are still supposed to be planned for and localized, while the central government is pulled up. And once we are together, then we can now see how to centralize both local government and central government. Right Honorable and members, let me first talk about GROW. It is true that GROW was designed to pull women who already have businesses, small and medium businesses. That's why the amount of money to be borrowed starts from 4 million. Now, most of you, the women who are contacting you, are women who would literally want even to be lent 200, 500, 1 million. And so when we were justifying this program, Ministry of Finance conditioned us that since PDM is already giving 1 million per person and women already had 30% reserved, we should not design the program around startup, because PDM is there, Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship Program is there, and many other program for startup. So that's why we design it as a successor program for growing businesses. However, we have realized that because the program is so popular, many women who are even wanting startup want this money. We have discussed in cabinet and discussed with the bank, and they have indicated that under the bank, the World Bank system, we cannot review now. We can only review during midterm. So we are designing a proposal and justification for, let me finish GROW, then I get the clarification.
Honourable Minister, I don't have that luxury of clarification.
So,
we are concluding.
So during midterm review, we can look at some of the proposal you're bringing. On collateral, we have also realized that many women do not have collateral, and so we are going to bring on board cooperatives and microfinance institutions, because they have convinced us that they have already been lending without stringent collateral. We know by April we will have the list of SACCO, and we have already profiled areas that are not getting much of the money. And maybe just for clarity and data and statistics, Right Honorable, unless maybe you ask me to bring data later, but when we realized that most of the money had been absorbed within Kampala, Greater Kampala, and Central, we went to Cabinet and requested that we redesign the program to allocate the money according to the sub-region. And so now we have allocation for the 19 sub-region, and I have the listing of how each of the sub-region is going to get the money, and the allocation that will come in April will be based on the 19 sub-region. And already I have the details of how much each sub-region has been allocated.
Yeah, thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Amos, please kindly take your seat.
I think it will be difficult now for us to go up to district level, but when we have a sub-region, for example, if I'm to, so far we have lent out 50.2 billion. But out of the 50.2 billion...
Honourable Minister, can I request that next week you bring a comprehensive statement on GROW.
Thank you.
So that we can discuss it. Okay?
Okay. Let me go to the 3 million or to the local governments. Right Honourable Speaker, this financial year, the budget under which we were remitting this money for National Women Council was cut. And so this financial year, we are not sending the 3 million, unfortunately. However, it has been restored in the financial year 25-26. So it is unfortunate that this financial year we are not sending this money. On the issue of guest of honor and the clarity on who should be the guest of honor, Women's Day being an international day, and we cascade and request districts to also honor it as an international day, we always request that you, the women members of parliament, should sit with your district local government officials and you agree on a guest of honor. It is not our mandate at the central government level to agree on who becomes a guest of honor in your district. So as a woman member of parliament, you are supposed to take a lead, sit with your team, and agree on a guest of honor. Freedom, I've already answered. Freedom of participation by women of other political parties. Right Honorable, Cabinet has constituted a subcommittee for human rights, which I sit in, and is chaired by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Attorney General is a member. We are 7 members. We had already agreed that we are going to engage political parties, leaders of political parties, as we go to the next election. So let me pledge that all the issues raised by the women, I will make sure in the next 1 month we have this engagement with the women leagues of all the political parties, and we meet Electoral Commission, we meet the security agencies under that framework, so that we agree on how to ensure that the freedom of political participation for women is not abused.
Thank you.
Menstrual pads, I think this is a proposal of tax, but the proposal of free sanitary wear, we examine it with the envelope that we have. It was found not to be tenable as of now because of the economy. However, the issue of tax, I will take it to cabinet, and since the tax laws will come here, we will look at how to handle it. Right Honorable, there are other issues which we can now respond to, but also integrate issues of justice, statistics on child mothers, child labor, gender-based violence. The gender-based violence statistics is in your paper, page 35. Resourcing local governments, especially CDOs, women's health, and the issue of responsibility, we will handle as input in our planning and our execution. I want to thank you and pledge that we will bring a detailed paper on growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, the answer is a document of record. And remember, Honorable Dr. Nduwarana, yes, said maternal, I think she said maternal mortality rate is increasing. Yes, but yet it is decreasing. And even the doctors have volunteered information here. In 2016, out of 100,000 children, we were losing 336. By 2022, they had gone to 189. In fact, now the rate is at 30%. So it's very, very important, maternal mortality rate. So it's very, very important that we have these records clear. Right Honorable, I requested her to allow me around 3 minutes for an answer, an oral question, and then we go to Prime Minister's time. Otherwise, Minister for Gender, we really appreciate you for this comprehensive statement. And I'll be really glad if you bring a statement on grow, so that this is a good platform to update the whole country, because people are watching all over. So I'll be really glad if you could give us an update on grow with a comprehensive statement, so that we can have a debate over it, and we handle for the benefit of our constituents. Next item.
Item number 4 on the other paper, urgent questions. One, response by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
The Minister communicated to me. He requested to do it on Tuesday. So, next.
4.2, response by the Minister of Water and Environment.
No, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday I made a response here as per the question from the member. However, the response was mixed up, and I apologize because what was uploaded, honourable colleagues, was not really proper. And since then, I've gone back and brought even more details, recapping it with the question, the oral question, which arose from Honorable Christine Kaya, the woman representative of Kiboga. I've recapped it with yesterday because her question was what we have done to give an update for the farmers to act rationally. Right Honourable Speaker, I have a detailed report, one to replace the one which was yesterday, and it is uploaded actually, but with more details of the forecast, the weather forecast, effective from March, April, and May. And I want to draw the attention, as you guided, Right Honourable Speaker, for members to go into the details of this report, more so beginning from page 10, which identifies the implication for the forecast to different sectors, as requested by Honourable Christine Kaya. We have responded to different sectors: the fisheries, the farmers, the beekeepers, the livestock farmers, crop. We have also advised the water, the energy, hydropower generation, the impact to the Ministry of Health. And this you guided, Right Honourable Speaker, that the response, we give the information, but the implementation is from different sectors. And indeed, we have comprehensively given the impact of this forecast to the different sectors of government and to our farmers. We think that as we prepare to receive the rains mid-March, our farmers will be accordingly advised, and other sectors. I beg to submit as you guided, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 5, laying of papers, report of the delegation to the 29th Conference of Parties, COP29.
Neighbor, Christine.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I beg to share a statement concerning the recently concluded Conference of Parties 29 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change that was held in Azerbaijan, Baku, on 4th November to 22nd November. Right Honourable Speaker, I will briefly, in something like 5 minutes, be through with the summary of this report. But I would like to report that Uganda is part of the 197 countries that subscribe to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And Right Honourable Speaker, Parliament had representation there, and I was one of them. And main objectives as to why we participated. One was to advocate for increased climate change finances. And the second, we wanted to strengthen our position in the global climate negotiations. And we wanted also to showcase Uganda's efforts in climate change management. And members of parliament, we also wanted to build our capacities in climate policy and lawmaking. And we also wanted to seek networking options, especially internationally, in order to mobilize resources. Right Honorable Speaker, a number of issues were discussed. But Honorable Speaker, issues on adaptation, loss and damage, we had to also concentrate on the mitigation options. Right Honorable Speaker, as Uganda, we have prioritized the adaptation options, but globally we also need to think of how to reduce emissions. We also had discussions on climate finance and also discussions on technology, development and transfer, capacity building. As we celebrate this year's Women's Day, we want also to stress that gender and climate change is one of the negotiation options under this arrangement. And Right Honorable Speaker, most important is the Gender Action Plan that was developed. And every country was supposed to domesticate and implement some of these provisions. Only that there were no implementation finances to enable this plan to go through, and it has been referred. But we also discussed issues to do with agriculture, and a number of initiatives have been put in place. And Right Honorable Speaker, we also had discussions on legal and compliance mechanisms for the Paris Agreement and the related protocols. And Uganda engaged in these negotiations under the G77 plus China, and also the African Group of Negotiation and the listed developed countries. So as we discuss over there, we always have to agree on which option should we advance as these groups. So, Right Honorable Speaker, there are a number of partnerships that were sought during the negotiations. And I know the Minister will be updating us in the due course on some of these partnerships, because as we conclude with the negotiations, sometimes the partnerships are not yet realized. They are proposals. So we'd like the Minister to come and tell us afterwards what was the outcome of the proposals shared. But we managed to share Uganda's climate priorities, what we have lost as a result of climate change, and how we want transparency in the provision of funding to especially countries like Uganda. And Right Honorable Speaker, we were also demonstrated a number of laws that different countries use to ensure that climate change management is appropriate. And we also had to look at a number of needed policies and instruments for us to realize. It was very important that we were advised to earmark money, funding for disaster management and preparedness, and different funding opportunities. We are stressing it that every country should have something put in place to ensure that preparedness is financed in order to reduce the side effects that may come after disasters related to climate change have occurred. And so we ended up in Azerbaijan, Baku, with some of the recommendations, and we are hopeful that as Parliament we gained a lot, and this will help in shaping the next, all the proposed policies and instruments to help reduce the effect of climate change on Ugandans. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. I'll be appointing time for discussion of this report, for debate of this report. Can you allow on table? Yeah.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
Item 6 on the other paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Information.
No, we are in Prime Minister. We are going to the Prime Minister.
Item 7 on the other paper, statement by the Right Honourable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 11th to 13th March 2025, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure to present government business for the week of 11th to 13th March 2025 as follows. 1. The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. 2. The Exercise Duty Amendment Bill 2025. And 3. The statement will be a statement by the Minister of Health on the status of health care service delivery in the country. And number 4 is the statement by the Minister of Works and Transport on the progress of Karuma Bridge. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
Item 8 on the other paper, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I got a written question from Honourable Afidra Mpiro Amadi, and he says that he is aware that RAPEX affected different agencies, including UNRA, ferry services. Reno Camp to Amuru Ferry was to be commissioned by 31st December last year by UNRA, and a new ferry was supposed to be provided by government. And his prayer is that when will the commission and provision of a ferry services be done to enhance water transport for the people of West Nile and Amuru on River Nile. Honourable Speaker, my response is that progress of phase 1 of the vessel assembly is currently at 85%, pending the installation of the engine civil component. That, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, similarly, progress of the construction of a ferry landing site at Reno Camp in Madiokoro and Omol in Amuru district is at 72%, and operations will definitely commence soon. The second prayer was that last year on 11th to 13th April 2024, during HE, the President's tour at West Nile, he directed to consider security, that's tourism road, security stroke tourism roads from Panyimul, Pakwach, Reno Camp, Obongi, and Difule to be upgraded to tarmac. That works on Kia Kai and Alinga bridges, Orianga to Ewanga swamps and Acha swamp have all stalled. That when will these projects be upgraded as directed by His Excellency the President? Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, upgrading of Panyimul, Pakwach Reno Camp, Dufule Road, 200 kilometers, has been considered in NDP 4 and will be worked on soon. That Honourable Speaker, the second question came from Songa Honorable Songa Lawrence, Ora County Zombo District. His prayers are: 1. Is government having any plan to build a district hospital in the border district of Zombo? And what is the progress? The second one is, in the meantime, as we wait for the district hospital, can government provide full financial personnel and infrastructure support to the Holy Family Missionary Hospital of Nyapea? And then the third question is, why can't government make Nebi General Hospital a regional referral hospital to serve the greater Nebi? That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I wish to respond as follows. On the progress of a new hospital construction, government has recognized the need for a district hospital in this region. Feasibility studies and site assessments are being conducted, and plans are underway to secure funding and commence construction the financial year 2025-2026. On the support for Holy Family Missionary Hospital, given the critical role of the Holy Family Hospital in Nyapea in providing health care services to the people of Zombo District and neighboring areas, government acknowledges the urgent need for infrastructure improvements. In 2019, assessments condemned key facilities, including the outpatient department and the maternity ward. The Ministry of Health is exploring interim support measures, such as the feasibility of allocating funds for the renovation and deploying the medical personnel to bolster the hospital's capacity, while plans for a new hospital is being finalized. Honorable Gafabusa Muhumuza, Bwamba County, Bundibujo. He says that the Bundibujo General Hospital is in a very bad state in terms of physical infrastructure, obsolete medical equipment, and gross inadequate medical personnel. The district leadership, including members of parliament, have raised this matter several times to government, but there has not been satisfactory response. And that the X-ray machine stopped working last year, and that their people are suffering as they are referred to Fort Portal. And his prayers are, when is government going to do the general rehabilitation of the hospital? Then 2, when will government procure and deliver the necessary equipment, including the X-ray machine, operating tables, operating trolleys, and lamps, instrument sets for different surgical procedures? Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, my response is that Bundibujo Hospital is currently facing challenges related to congestion, dilapidated infrastructure, outdated equipment, and understaffing. That is true. The Ministry of Health is currently prioritizing expansion and rehabilitation of hospitals to match the new structures at different levels. The Ministry of Health is currently assessing all the hospitals and facilities in order to come up with a comprehensive plan that includes the following. 1, infrastructure expansion and rehabilitation, increasing bed capacity and improving existing buildings to meet current health care standards, and also reduce patient congestion. Number 2, provide modern medical equipment. Number 3, to ensure that the utilities, that is water and power, are of quality in terms of reliability and stability. Then number 4 is recruitment, or recruiting additional healthcare professionals and providing continuous training to improve service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government is exploring funding sources to expedite the renovation process and address the pressing needs of Bujo Hospital and many others like Masindi, Kagadi, Bugiri, to mention but a few. The first question came from Honorable Dr. Byakatonda Abdul, MP Workers. And his prayers are, what immediate measures is government implementing to mitigate the impact of the US funding freeze and ensure uninterrupted HIV treatment for the 1.4 million Ugandans? And his second question is, what strategies are in place to prevent job losses, reintegration to get high-level skills among Ugandans, one of 12,551 community health workers whose roles are now at risk due to the withdrawal of the US support? His third question is, given that Uganda currently allocates only 6.5 of the national budget to health, when will government fulfill its Abuja Declaration commitment to increase health funding to 15%? The fourth question is, will government consider establishing an emergency health center for HIV response task force similar to the COVID-19 response model to mobilize alternative funding sources and sustain HIV services? What is the readiness strategy to locally manufacture all our supplies? Right Honorable Speaker, my response is that the suspension of the USAID funding effective 20th January 2025 has significantly impacted Uganda's HIV/AIDS program. To address this crisis, an additional 480 billion is required to bridge the funding gap and sustain essential services in our health facilities. The Ministry of Health is prepared. The Ministry of Health has prepared a cabinet memorandum to brief cabinet on this matter and acquire the executive guidance on how to source for resources to bridge the gap in funding. Government is also engaging with international and local stakeholders to mobilize resources and ensure the continuity of HIV and AIDS interventions. The fifth question came from Honorable Pio Samuel Achoti, MP Colin, North County. Requested for an update on the enhancement of salary of district, city, and the municipal education officers. My response, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government approved the public service pay policy principles as well as a long-term pay plan covering every person paid salaries and all allowances from the consolidated fund, all out of money appropriated by Parliament. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government adopted a phased approach to implement the approved pay plans. The enhancement plan has been in the National Development Plan 4. Additionally, the Ministry of Public Service submitted to the Parliamentary Committee on the Budget the requirement to enhance salary of the 67% public officers whose salaries have not been enhanced since 2014-2015. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this will require Uganda shillings 695.3 billion in the financial year 2025-2026, and this will enhance salaries. This will enhance salary of 200 and 51,682 public officers, including district, city, and municipal education officers, but at least 30% of the approved long-term pay targets if considered. Number 6, Honorable Christine Kaya Chiboga. She raised an issue of the urgent concern regarding the closure of community radios in some areas of Chiboga, and hence inconveniencing the users. And her prayer is, can the government update on this matter? Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, allow me to respond as follows. That there has been a surge in the number of illegal operators of communication platforms, including ordinary radio operators and megaphone operators, Bizindaro, sometimes referred to as community radios. In response to this, Uganda Communication Commission has regularly undertaken enforcement exercise for the following reasons. 1, because of the public outcry, where UCC has received complaints of noise pollution, misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech. Some of these radios have also been found to be near schools, health facilities that require a serene environment or a quiet environment. Number 2, inability for UCC to monitor, control, and regulate content aired on these community radios due to lack of appropriate technology. Number 3, these radios are not licensed, hence posing a security risk. Number 4, competition with licensed radio operators. There is a large number of complaints from licensed radio operators who urge that these Bizindaro have taken over their business, considering that they even don't pay license fees and are not subjected to regulatory requirements. Mr. Speaker, sir, Bizindaro operators or operations constitute illegal broadcasts under the UCC Act Cap 103, and given the inherent risks to the sector and the security that pertains to this mode of communication, it is still a challenge to have the same legalized in our country. Number 7, the Honorable Gonza Gasewungu raised a concern on delays by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in releasing capitation grants to grant-aided schools, which were needed for procuring instrumental materials. Right Honorable Speaker, my response is that funds for the capitation grants are released during the quarter 1, quarter 3, and quarter 4 every financial year to cater for school terms 3, 1, and 2 respectively. No funds are released in quarter 2 of the financial year. The total approved budget for the capitation grant for the financial year 2024-2025 is Uganda shillings 490 billion 298 million 83,550. During the quarter 1, Ministry of Finance released 163 billion 432 million 694,530 to local governments to cater for term 3. However, the Ministry of Education and Sports requested local governments to hold the transfer of these funds to institutions until they validated enrollment, which was done, and authority to transfer the funds to the schools was granted. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, for quarter 3, 163 billion 432 million 694,530 has been released to cater for first term for the calendar year 2025. The 8th question came from Shati Kutesa Musherule, Maugula County, Zimbabwe District. The GROW project, funded by World Bank through the Private Sector Foundation Uganda and the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, was intended to support the low to mid-tier business women through access to low interest loans. And her prayer is that can I guide as to why the intended beneficiaries have faced challenges in accessing these loans, and what steps are being taken to ensure that the project delivers on the promise of these vulnerable groups. My response, Right Honourable Speaker, is that first, I remember you have directed that a progress report be brought here by the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and I feel I should wait until that report comes here. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable. Honourable colleagues, I have questions from members that I had registered as matters of national importance. I'll first pick those ones, then I pick the rest. And some members, I don't see them here, so I won't read their names, but the ones I see, Honourable Martin Muzari. Please. Yes, I have Honourable Martin Muzari. I have Honourable Odoi Bernard. I have Honourable Ephraim Biraro. Honourable Dr. Isingo Mapatrick. Honourable Atimari. Honourable Kabus Moses. Honourable Sor Morin. Honourable Adrico Yovan. Honourable Ranya Gilbert. Honourable Kum Gaudier. Honourable Christine Akero. Honourable Yeku Patrick. Honourable Chero Norman. Honourable Bet Narima. Honourable Medias Natkunda. Honourable Aparot Christine. Honourable Aran Mayanja. Honourable Kupe Rajan. Honourable Kirabagnes. So, Honourable Martin Muzari, I just moved out. Honourable Doi Bernard. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
And we shoot right away.
Okay. Right Honourable and colleagues, I want to raise a matter about the Central Forest Reserve located in the Greater Mulanda in Mwelo Sub-County, covering up to Nagongera. It measures 360 acres. This land has been a source of livelihood for our people. Over 200 families have been using this land. However, last month, 8 individuals came with receipts showing they made application to National Forest Authority to use this land. These people, the 8 people, have evicted over 200 families from this land where our people have been having farm works and also grazing. Aware that this is now becoming a security threat, our prayer, or the prayer of our people, is as follows. 1, the security personnel that are already evicting people in this piece of land should be addressed so that our people can peacefully continue using this land. 2, in the NRM manifesto, the president in the beginning of this term offered Tororo to have an industrial park. We have been grappling with where to find this land. Our people are saying 360 acres of land is sufficient enough to host the industrial park where our people can benefit from the same. I thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. If where you feel any minister can support you, you can call on the minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the question from the UCMP needs consultations. I request that he gives me time so that we can bring together the security and the Ministry of Environment together with him so that we can come up with an amicable solution to the matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Honorable Martin Muzari. Now, honorable colleagues, I told you to come to this chair. You must seek my permission before you come. Yeah, because I need concentration. Otherwise, a member is talking to me, another one is on the floor. Sometimes I start trying to get an answer I cannot. Then number two, if you know you have not been around, okay? I marked. I had the questions, I marked. Some of you have started coming back because the Prime Minister has come in. We start Parliament at 2. Yeah, I don't want you to be attending Parliament for 5 minutes. My issue is sorted. And also this is an issue with the ministers. The minister comes, after their issue, they go away. And they leave government here. Sometimes I usually have a few ministers who are diligent here. And Right Honorable, you need to give a medal on top of the government chief to Honorable Rusoke and Honorable Bahati. They deserve a medal. And Honorable Msasizi. And Honorable Msasizi. These days, Honorable and Honorable Mhanga. These days, Ogwang is busy. He's always here, but these days he's been busy. He's in the field. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Muzari. Honorable Peter, whenever he comes, he spends the whole day here. These days I have missed him for this week.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter here is regarding the ban of weighbridge operations along roads and trading centers in Busoga, Uganda, Bunyoro sub-regions by the Minister for Trade as a measure to combat the alleged sugarcane theft and poaching in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the same matter has a ministerial directive from Minister of Internal Affairs, the Honorable Kahindo Tafire, directing the suspension and halting operations of way bridges, citing a judgment delivered on the 7th January 2025 by Honorable Justice Issa Serunkoma of the High Court of Masindi, in which the court quashed orders of Assistant Registrar in miscellaneous application 0025 and 0026 of 2024. A copy of the Minister's Directive is hereby attached, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the Minister to ban operations of way bridges along roads and trading centers as a measure to combat theft and poaching and promoting traceability is completely out of touch with the reality in the sugarcane industry, as these are not near to the issue.
Honorable, we use 1 minute to ask a question. We don't read a statement.
Okay.
So what is your question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is one. These way bridges that are actually along the roads and trading centers have actually reduced on the cost of lining for the trucks on the mirrors at the mirrors factories. They have actually reduced on the cost of transportation of sugarcane, because you'll find that a truck before would cost around 700,000, but today, because of those way bridges, it costs around 100,000, 150. Two, it has actually brought competition.
Honorable, can I have your question? What is your question? It's Prime Minister's question time.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's a matter of national importance. Our concern is very simple.
So, I will give you space as a matter of national importance. They respond to you as a matter of national importance, isn't it? Because here we use 1 minute to ask a sharp question. Do you want the way bridges restored? Just ask the Prime Minister to restore.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, our concern is very simple. Let the letter be withdrawn by the Minister of Trade, banning these operations of way bridges. That's our concern, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Minister for Trade.
We did receive some complaints about the web bridges, and to that effect, the Minister Lot temporarily suspending the web bridges. We have also received counter complaints about it, and we are having a meeting next week to review the decision of the Minister.
Thank you. Dr. Otara.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for the opportunity. Right Honorable, during the President's tour of Bukedi, we highlighted the issue of 22 parishes that are not receiving PDM money. And His Excellency, the President, directed the Right Honorable Prime Minister to make sure that these parishes are coded and they are given money immediately. Up to now, these parishes have not received the money. When is this going to be done, Right Honorable?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, as you are aware, those parishes were not coded. And so the Ministry of Finance could not send money to those parishes. The Ministry of Local Government was directed to make sure that they liaise with Electoral Commission to make sure that we get harmonized so that those can be maybe accredited for the year 2025-2026.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. You remember this matter indeed came up on Tuesday, and we agreed the Minister is going to bring a statement to update us. Okay? So let's handle it then in detail, but the answer the Prime Minister has given is consistent with what we were told on Tuesday. Honorable Biraro Ephraim. Honorable Dr. Isingoma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my matter is to do with the compensation of fuel station owners affected by the Kyalwajara, Chira, Kasangati, Matuga Road. This matter has been pending for the last 3 years, and I think it has been brought on the floor of this House more than 3 times. Last Friday, the Prime Minister visited the area and interacted with the stakeholders, including the contractor. Can the Prime Minister now brief us as to when government intends to compensate fuel station owners along this road?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We have been engaging at some forum with my brother, and I know he's one of the interested parties. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, as you are aware, I am one of the field officers. I was on that road last week, and we really discovered that there is need for us to move faster. The petrol stations put an exorbitant, I think more than 100%. They want to be paid a lot of money. They are like 5 petrol stations, and the cost of the construction of that road went up. So the contractor cannot move. So we have agreed as government that we must and make sure that we compensate according to the chief government value. And if anybody is aggrieved, they will go to court. But the road must continue. That road has overstayed. Yes. All we shall acquire those facilities in public interest.
Thank you. Honorable Atima Jackson.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I have this matter of unprofessionalism and several technical issues associated with the
point of order, Honorable. Get a microphone, Honorable.
But, Mr. Speaker, I was raising a point over that Honorable Ayeko Patrick is a non-member of NRM, and he has been comfortably seated on the side of opposition and masquerading as a shadow minister. I wonder whether he's in order, not only to cross, but to masquerade as a shadow. He has disappeared. He has disappeared.
So, you see, that's a problem of warning, and then you come to report. Eh? Now, thank you. But Honorable colleagues, what Honorable Norman Ochero is raising is very critical. I usually see even members of the NRM independents on the front bench. A front bench is for the shadow cabinet. Okay? And then this is for government ministers. So please, yes, Honorable Atima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern was unprofessionalism and several technical issues associated with MISC airline operating between Entebbe and Arua Airport. Right Honorable Speaker, last Monday, this aircraft on 24 February had a very bad landing in Arua where the passengers were terrified. One passenger fainted, and on their return, people were wondering whether they were going to land well in Entebbe. Right Honorable Speaker, last Monday, 3rd March, this week, passengers who booked to fly to Arua were only informed that there was no flight for them to fly to Arua as the aircraft was for service, leaving the passengers stranded and also refund of their money not done. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my concern and question is, can you direct Minister of Works and Transport to explain the circumstances under which this airline was brought to Uganda to operate between Arua and Entebbe? 2, can these passengers who were left stranded without the refund of their money that they paid to travel be refunded through Civil Aviation Authority? Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I direct the Civil Aviation Authority through the Ministry of Works to investigate, and 2, to make sure that the airlines that are operating within our country meet the required safety standards for the good of our people.
Thank you. Yes, they will handle also issues of compensation because the Prime Minister has directed on all issues if CA finds it viable. Honorable Kwizera.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Other than Buchimbiri County being a tourism county, there are multiple companies who are mining gold, wolfram, and tin. And the people I represent don't get royalties. I would ask the Prime Minister to prevail over the government system that they pay those humble peasants what is due to them. I thank you.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I will cause a meeting between the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to ascertain the issue raised by the member.
Thank you. Honorable Kabus Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Prime Minister, a serious storm hit Lujabo Island. It is in Mazinga sub-county in Kalangala, leaving over 50 homesteads homeless. The nature of their houses are makeshift in nature. They can be lifted by these storms. These people are in dire need for food and any relief assistance to reconstruct their houses. Do you have any plan in a question form to come to this to aid to these people? And lastly, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, it's one question, but before you come, Right Honorable, we also call Honorable Agnes Chirabo. It's related.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the same issue I have in Bombo Town Council, Luolo District. We experienced heavy rains on Monday, and a number of residential houses was destroyed, and also their gardens. This is a Muslim community. They are observing Ramadan. They do not have food, and also residents are now sleeping in churches and mosques. My question is there any urgent way you can come in and assist them, and also provide relief to the schools that were affected? Because there were about 6 schools, that is Bombo SS, Bombo High School, Nkokonjelu, Bombo Umea, Lukole SS, and St. Mary's, and also the market of Namaliga. Thank you so much.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I request Honorable Kavusu, my friend, to write through the district chief administrative officer or the district disaster committee to the office of the Prime Minister. We shall definitely handle. Then for Wero, Honorable Muyingo had written me a letter telling me of that storm that took place in Bombo and mentioned the number of schools. Still, we also told him to go through the district disaster committee because that's the procedure, and then we shall provide the relief. We shall also provide the necessary iron sheets, because I told Muyingo we have some iron sheets and we can always, because the schools have to continue. The children are now back to school, and we needed to help those schools. There are about 4 schools. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Maureen. Then followed by Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, last year on Tuparaka and the Lizu Road was handed over to a contractor who was sent by Ministry of Works and Transport. He promised to come back after 2 weeks. Until now, he never came back, and the road is in a very bad shape. The people are still expecting. What could have gone wrong with the contractor? And secondly, when can that road be worked on? Because it's a very bad, it's in a very bad shape.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, once the road under construction is handed over to the contractor, it is the responsibility of the contractor to maintain that road as we wait for the upgrade. So I will cause a meeting involving the Ministry of Works together with the contractor. I will also make sure that I go on site in Arua so that we can have this worked on.
Thank you, Honorable Adrico Yovan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Matters on boundary conflict between Arua District, Madiokolo District, Terego District, and Arua City. Arua District and its neighboring districts of Terego, Madi, Okolo, and Arua City are now currently having boundary conflicts. Since no proper demarcation on the boundaries was done after the creation of districts and the city. Prime Minister, my request is, through you, I think you can send the Minister for Land and Housing, Urban Development to intervene and make a proper demarcation on the district boundaries to avoid the conflicts among the people. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, in 2022, the President directed me to handle the issue of boundaries in Arua, Madiokoro, Terego, and many others. Right Honorable Speaker, we have moved to some extent we have moved. The Ministry of Lands has been on site, the Ministry of Local Government. Right Honorable Speaker, we are waiting for the report, and I believe this report will be respected by all parties.
Thank you. Honorable Gilbert Oranya, followed by Honorable Nebanda Florence and Honorable Kumugabja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising a very important matter concerning National Forest Authority giving community land to the white man called Peter Skoff from Germany. Right Honorable Speaker, right now the National Forest Authority is busy giving the community land in Wichere, Amoro Sub-County, Godgueno, Gorgoro Sub-County, Kelak in Pogo Sub-County, and Labala in Pabo Sub-County. In total is 20,591 hectares to only one individual. Right Honorable Speaker, what is going on now on the ground, the National Forest Authority, they are busy registering the community who are living in their ancestral land with the target of carry on the eviction so that the land is handed over to that investor. Right Honorable Speaker, our people are so scared and so intimidated.
Question.
Our prayer, the prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, we pray that the Right Honorable Prime Minister should direct National Forest Authority should stop the idea of giving community land to that investor who is coming to disorganize our people. And two, the soldiers who are moving and escorting those ones who are registered in the community, let the soldiers be stopped and the investigation should be done on that land. Because an individual cannot be given more than 20,000 hectares of land. The land does not belong.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, you are aware that the National Forest Authority was rationalized. It is now a department in the Ministry of Water. So I request, Honorable, that you put this in writing so that I can I can really harmonize and get coordinated with these other departments that are now in place. Otherwise, NFA is no more.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Nebanda Florence.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Following my submission last month regarding the school fees increment, the government is currently engaged in a formulation of the universal primary and secondary education policy to provide a holistic framework that will guide free basic education to the children following the school fees increment. I'm interested in knowing that how far with approval policies by the Ministry of Education and any policies in place to guide the schools and guard against the school fees increments and exorbitant requirements requested by the schools.
Thank you. Minister for Education, to help the Right Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Through the Prime Minister, on matters of the fees increment, allow me bring a statement here to specifically answer that question. I thank you. Madam Right Honorable Speaker, I can bring a statement on Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay. Procedure, maybe single man.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising under Rule 82B of our Rules of Procedure. There is an honorable member in this House, Honorable Osuru. She's putting something, we don't know whether it is like a rope or a cloth around her head. Right Honorable Speaker, can you guide kindly if we are if we are proceeding well when such a member, or if that attire conforms with what is provided for under Rule 82B of our Rules of Procedure. Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. You know, honourable colleagues, women fashion is, in fact, I have been admiring her. Yes, I've been admiring how she's dressed for sure. Yeah, it looks, she's a woman of class. It exudes class. Yeah. Yeah. And it's matching very well. So the problem, you're seeing her seated. When she stands up, you will clap. Yeah. So, Honorable Kum Gabriel, then Honorable Christine Akera, Honorable Beta Wall, Honorable Saro Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to applaud the Minister of Education for the reforms in the education subsector, especially the implementation of the new competent-based curriculum. With the pioneer A-level students enrolled to the curriculum, and yet the universities are still training on the old curriculum. Through the Prime Minister, can the Minister of Education and Sports update Parliament on how prepared National Council for Higher Education and the universities are to absorb these learners? I beg to submit. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, through the Prime Minister. First of all, I want to inform my colleague that the consultations took place before we agreed to go into the competence-based curriculum. And actually, universities were more concerned and emphatic on us going on to the competent-based curriculum. For purpose of our children who are joining A-level, all trainings for our A-level teachers have already taken place. So what we are now moving to is to go in terms of clusters. And I want to guarantee the country that the Ministry of Education and Sports is prepared to guide the country in the new journey for purpose of us having children who get out of these universities with the skills to acquire jobs, but not to be skills which do not give them to get jobs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Akero Christine, Honorable Betty Awor, Honorable Saro Pendi.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker. My question is, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, last year we raised an issue on Alair Quarry Rock. Alair is covering it. It is between Lira District and Kole District. And Alair, the community of Alair, the project affected persons, rented that land to the government, and the government chief valuer did indeed approve the report of the valuation, and it's a customary owned land. But to our surprise, Lira District in 2023, in November, went ahead and titled the land. As we talk now, the project affected persons have told them by April next month they should vacate the land, and yet it is customary owned land, and no action has been taken, despite the committee also served the caveat to the district land board and even the Lira M zone land zone, but they went ahead and titled the land. So the prayer is the land that Lira district local government is claiming to be the freehold land, the land must be titled, must be cancelled, the land title must be cancelled. Then two, people are suffering, they don't have where to cultivate, so they're requesting if they could be given maize seeds and bean seeds to plant, because life is really hard.
Thank you. But Honorable, you're saying they have nowhere to cultivate, but they need seeds. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I was coming wondering how they have no land, they need seeds, but all the same, honorable members, our communities sometimes find it difficult when the districts start titling their land. It's not only in Lira, it's almost countrywide. We have a number of tenure systems, the land tenure systems. Public land, especially those on public land, have fallen victims. So I request the honorable colleague to put this in writing so that I can get details from the districts, and maybe we can use the Ministry of Lands to deregister and cancel the title. But we need details. This is a very, very important question.
Honorable Betawa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my great friend. Road safety. And we all know that if we talk about non-communicable diseases, actually death on the road is highest. We have Joe Walker, walked from Kampala to Gulu. They arrived yesterday, advocating for road safety. We have problems of pedestrians who are not catered for, the cyclists not catered for, schools, and we have our children who go across to other side of the road to go to school. We have, on Monday I had a 4-year-old boy, Joshua, who was knocked by vehicle. And Akena also from Gulu, was buried yesterday, 12 years old.
Just ask the question, Honor.
My question to the Prime Minister is, do we have plan for expanding roads and providing for all this, and also providing signage, whether it is a sign on the road or zebra crossing for our children's safety and for everybody else's safety on the road? Do we have that plan and budget also for it? Thank you.
So someone was telling me that a taxi driver knocked person on the zebra. So when they combined, the taxi driver asked, "Are you a zebra?" So I think also we need sensitization of these drivers. They don't even know what zebra crossing is.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You are spot on. Honorable members, since 2021-2022, government came up with a policy. That's why you are seeing all roads now that are under construction have a pedestrian or a walkaway area. So that will maybe reduce, but we still also have to sensitize our drivers and all road users. So I think what we need to do, my sister, you know how, let me give you a story. Me and the Honorable Beta Wall, when we were both councillors, she was a district councillor, I was a district councillor in Chivali. She was in Iguru. We became very close. She's my close friend.
So she's your OG. OC.
We used to attend workshops in, there is when we were in Masaka, in Jinja. You know, they used to take us to Mbarara in Pelican Hotel. So we are very close. So, Mama, I want us to, all of us, to take this as our responsibility so that we can sensitize our communities to make sure that we avoid these accidents.
Honorable Saropendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, some of my voters who were at the Fisheries Training Institute in Entebbe brought it to my attention that they completed their education and completed their exams way back in 2021. However, these exams are conducted by the Uganda Business Technical Education, UBTEC. However, to date, Right Honorable Speaker, they have never been given certificates. Yes.
From 2021.
From 2021. And they are finding it difficult to actually get jobs. All they have are transcripts, and you know that a transcript is not final alone. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, why is it that it is taking long for the government and the government body, an examination body, to actually release certificates for graduates? Thank you.
Minister for Education.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. With permission from Prime Minister, can I make 1 or 2 phone calls so that I can answer this straightforward other than delaying it? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ayeko Patrick, followed by Honorable Norman Ocello. Ayeko, we don't know what you're up to. Think Chief
Right Honorable Speaker, but before I am confused, let me first put this matter, which is very serious. It is a matter of cattle compensation. Right Honorable Speaker, and I'm happy that the able Prime Minister is here. This matter, court ruled on it. The executive has blessed it. And then now Parliament has budgeted. I have 2 prayers only. One is that, can you avail for us the list of people who have been paid? How much have they been paid? Number 2, if we have not budgeted, let us budget and kill the thing. I have grown up hearing about cattle compensation for the last, I think, 30 years. And as I speak to you, Right Honorable Speaker, I request one more favor. My colleagues are demonstrating tomorrow. Please direct the police not to disturb them.
How did you know? You organized the demonstration?
Yes, the opposition is organizing a demonstration on no cow, no vote. It's about compensation. But our prayer is that just avail us with this information of how many people have been paid, who has been paid, so that we are able also to counter and give information to the people that these people have been paid. If they have not been paid, budget, give us money, pay these people, and then we can proceed. Before I give information.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Not on Prime Minister's time. You know the procedure for it. It's a 1-minute question. So
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I want to thank Honourable Ayeko. The fact is, government decided to pay cattle compensation in a phased manner. So far, the number of people have been paid in a number of sub-regions. I will direct the Attorney General to bring a comprehensive report of who has been paid, how much, and where.
And I think, Right Honourable, to be prudent, also, if the Attorney General can have a meeting with MPs from the affected areas, so that they can ask questions relevant to that, other than us spending 2-3 hours here handling issues, sometimes which we don't know much about. Honourable Norman Ochero.
Mr. Speaker, reliable information reaching me is that recently you won an election which has made you a leader of half of the whole world over. You were a leader. I must congratulate you. I cannot escape. That one I cannot escape. I was very excited, Mr. Speaker, but I'm not surprised at all. For 2 reasons. One, you are very able. He's extremely very able.
Question?
Number 2. Now the question is coming. But of course also number 2, last year, you remember when the helicopter attacked you, God made a ruling that you will still be here in this world. And we said, hi. to say that. Now, my question is, for the last 3 years and a half, my district farmers had been in conflict with the wildlife. The wildlife has been destroying all the gardens in 6 sub-counties constantly for 3 years. And members have been filling forms for compensation. And at every time they fill the forms, they come and mark in Kampala that they have failed. That instead of the name beginning with a capital letter, it has begun with a small letter. So the old woman in the village has failed, as if they have become a UNEB, sort of. I'm asking a question now. My question, Parliament gave them money to go and compensate people. They are not compensating them. Did we send them as an examination body to mark the villagers or pay them? Thank you. Secondly, when the president came to Karamoja in December on PDM tour, he had said he understands the problem of the people of Abim suffered under the government militia and the LRA for compensation. And he had directed that this year they will be included, at least some token, a smaller, they will begin small by small. So this year they will put them in the budget for compensation. But when they presented the budget framework paper, now there's nothing. How could the president have told the people, and then we are budgeting for the president, and there's nothing on the table?
Thank you.
But, thank you very much.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the president directed me, and we are having a meeting tomorrow. Remember, even Parliament last week, under the Speaker directed that we have a meeting involving the districts of Kitugum, Abim, where he comes from. The other district that was carved out of Kitugum is Agago, so that with the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, so that we can come up with solutions. So I request the member tomorrow to come to my office at 10. We shall have that meeting.
Thank you.
10. Caucus is after.
Thank you. But Right Honorable, and the minister we have shared on several occasions, I think the biggest problem is with the requirements and that form. You know, the other day I told you here, the people who are usually affected by those animals are very, very rural. But now you bring them a form which is very complicated. And then some clever people in the village start extorting money from them. I help you fill the form. You hear it goes at the district, it goes everywhere, and this is the person. These people, Right Honorable, are not interested in compensation. No. Their interest is safety of their crops, their homesteads. If we could protect them against animals, they wouldn't want that compensation because it's never even enough. So I think that's what we need to focus on. Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Indeed, we've captured the challenge and we are reviewing the guidelines to make it very easy for people to access compensation. We should be done with this in the next 3-4 months. Thank you.
I know since we've reported to the Prime Minister, this will be sorted. Honorable Bet Narima, Honorable Robert Kasoro. Honorable Peter Gwanga wants to give us an update first, an answer first, on the issue of certificates.
Right Honourable Prime Speaker, through the Prime Minister, I want to confirm that I've spoken to the Executive Director of UBTEB, and he has confirmed to me that they have issued all certificates for all candidates who qualified up to 2023. So I would like to ask Honourable Pendi to help me with the name of the student who has not been given the certificate so that I can be able to go and verify. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Esther Narima, followed by Honorable Robert Kasoro.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable, my issue concerns the fatal accident that occurred yesterday at Kagoma, Mayanja Valley, and it killed 5 people. Over 21 people are injured, and it involved 9 vehicles. Right Honourable, we recall even around late October, we had the Chigoga fire accident, and this is now along Kampala-Bombo Road. Much as Wakiso area is always affected. So my question and my plea is that given that in 2023, we had a thorough discussion on 13th July of 2023.
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, first I want to condole with the families that lost their dear ones in that fatal accident. Please take our condolences from government. Then two, members, like I told you earlier, it's almost the similar question, that government is implementing our recommendations in a phased manner. I told you since 2022, when we had this comprehensive debate here, we all agreed and the government is exactly implementing the same. But like I told you earlier, we also need to continuously train, sensitize both road users, especially the truck drivers. The other thing we are implementing now that will bring a long-lasting solution is to remove the heavy trucks from the roads by constructing the SGR. Yes, it is going to take some time, but once we have it from Tororo, where Honorable Ekanya comes from, up to Kampala, and from Kampala to Gulu and the rest of the parts of the country, the road accidents will definitely reduce. It's a long term. But these are the immediate measures, is continuous sensitization.
Thank you, Honorable Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, government constructed the state-of-the-art seed school in one of my sub-county, and completed it. But the contract, about 7 months ago, the contractor has denied the students studying that facility, claiming that it has to be commissioned by Ministry of Education. And these students are studying from the veranda. This has caused anarchy and a very big issue in my constituency. Honorable Prime Minister, this is the place you know better, Mugiti Seed School, fully completed.
That Honorable Speaker, if they are waiting for government, I'm here. The Ministry of Education, the minister is here. We shall go and commission the school, that's all.
Thank you. Honorable Medias.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
You can even declare it commissioned from here, and we. Oh.
Thank you, Right.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the reason we commission, there are a number of reasons. One, to make sure that the defects, if there are any, are rectified. Two, to make sure that there is value for money. You know, some people do show the work. That's the major reason. But we shall go and commission. In my district, for example, there is Virembo Senior Secondary School. It was constructed in 2021-2022. When I went there to commission it, I found it had defects. We recently commissioned it. But because they had to rectify those defects, we delayed.
Thank you. So that one, consider it commissioned next week. I'm sure the Right Honourable will arrange. Honourable Medias.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, my matter is also about the wildlife attacks in Rukunji district. Since the beginning of this month, 2nd, 4th, 5th of March, we've had a herd of elephants coming every day, attacking gardens, coffee plantations, banana plantations, animals, cows and goats. People are not sleeping. I've heard you talk about the districts of Kitgum and northern Uganda that you have called to address, but Rukunji is nowhere. We have Queen Elizabeth, where these elephants are coming from. The last time I talked to the Minister of Tourism, he was heading to Kanungu on the side of Bwindi. and Rukunji is always neglected. People need a quick response about this matter. And also, you've talked about the electric fence several times. Kanungu has been fenced. Kasese has been fenced. Rukunji is in the middle of these districts, but it has been left out.
And
Can you give us...
Mitoma.
And Mitoma as well, because you're my neighbor, Right Honorable. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Tourism, what response, what sustainable response can you give to the people of Rukunji so that they are not neglected when it comes to wildlife attacks in the districts in Gambara Sub-County, Chikarara, Kakoni, Nyarwemuka, and other surrounding areas? I thank you.
Yeah. Honourable Minister, the Prime Minister has requested you answer.
I want to thank my sister for raising the issue, and we'll go there and talk to the communities. But we've done some fencing in around the Queen Elizabeth area, covering around 150 kilometers. We should be doing some around 50 this financial year, and we'll make sure that we have some consideration for the Kanungu stretch.
No.
Oh, sorry, Rukunjiri stretch. Thank you.
Yeah, what about Mitoma? The MP seated here. He's seeing you making promises and...
Right Honorable Speaker, now that we are in the budgeting process, we are coming with one of the unfunded project priorities to do with fencing, and my prayer is that we, once supported, definitely even Mitoma will be covered, and I'm sure since it's your area, Right Honorable, you'll give us better consideration.
Honorable Porot Christine, you're going now in a dangerous area.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I first want to appreciate the government on enhancing science development in the country by having the loan scheme. In my district, we have a number of beneficiaries who have completed their trainings, and they have been on our neck on the plan of government to accommodate them. So I want to find out from the Prime Minister, what plans do you have, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to accommodate all the loan beneficiaries who have accomplished their courses and they are ready to give back to government in terms of employment opportunities? Thank you.
Honorable. Peter, do you have jobs? Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is not mine. I want to be thanked for having completed my part as a Minister of Education. But for purpose of information, we must appreciate the reason as why government was emphatic on science-based courses for parts of students' loan schemes. We were aware that for science students, it is easier for those who complete to get jobs and begin to repay this money. But we opened up. Now we also have art students. This is now where I would request the Right Honorable Prime Minister to come in and guarantee on how government is going to work with us for us to see how those students are going to be employed. I thank you.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, Uganda has moved. Yes, we are moving on very well. We are currently one of those countries that are industrializing. And through industrialization, we shall definitely create jobs for our children. The process is ongoing, and repayment will be easy for these children once they get employed. That's why we emphasize science-based subjects.
Thank you. Honorable Nduana Christine, followed by Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable
Right
Prime Minister's
Honorable,
time, we don't have clarification.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Bukomansimbi district was affected by heavy rainstorms, which affected very many households, including 2 schools, and they are government-aided schools. Last year, we got the same problem, but we were only given rotten maize flour and beans. And then I wonder why the government-aided schools are having poor building infrastructures. For the last 28 years, by today, people would have been so at least very happy about the building. My question is, what interventions can you put for us in Bukomansimbi North to have better buildings for UPE schools? Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister for Education, the Prime Minister needs you to answer to this.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The honorable member from Bukomansimbi is a close friend of mine. She already came to my office and told me about these issues. We are in the process of procurement, like we agreed in my office, my sister. We shall handle.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Cooper, followed by Honorable Moroni and Honorable Tungo.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to say this before I ask the Honorable Prime Minister the question. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2023-24, you directed the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs to go and verify the payment by Attorney General. But to date, despite going to the field, they have not brought that report. The issue which was raised here will not be again possibly raised here. If that Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs brought that report, that you directed them in that financial year, maybe it's the right time for you to ask them to bring it, because they went on the ground and saw what was happening. As I ask the Prime Minister now, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you did a great work in Naguru when you went for the groundbreaking for the Heart Institute. But Fenero Ministries has blocked access for the contractor to do the construction. You remember even the challenges we had with the Fenero, that he had fraudulently got land. Now it's giving hard time to the Heart Institute to access, the contractor to access. Please, can you reign over this pastor and his team? Because even KCC has told us they are constructing without approved plans on their part. So please, we needed the Heart Institute yesterday, but these people are sabotaging government program to move as fast as you expected. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, my brother. I direct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to give the contractor security so that he can have access to the construction site.
Thank you. Honorable Moroni.
That Honorable Speaker, I had ignored that. I request that it is expunged because we have never given rotten foods to the people of Bukomansimbi.
Yeah, I think colleagues really, there are statements which are very unfortunate. Okay? So, Crack, please expand that from our record. Honorable Itungo, Honorable Moroni. Honorable Moroni.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to start by thanking the Right Honorable Prime Minister for her commitment and support towards the landslide resettlement people in Mount Elgon. Since we started the exercise, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you flagged off the verification exercise. And since that started, in the Bulambuli district, we have 16 sub-counties which have been mapped as affected, where the verification exercise was to be carried out. As I talk now, they have only finished 3 sub-counties. 2 of them, that is Namisuni and Sisiyi in Elgon North, and Simu in Elgon. They had now moved to the 4th sub-county, which is Buluganya, where the landslide actually occurred last time. And here they had only verified 4 villages out of the 19 in that one parish, but Buluganya has 57 villages, so only 4 have been verified. And I was surprised to hear that the exercise of verification had stopped. Right Honorable, we know the rains are commencing soon, mid this month. We expect our people to be verified and relocated to safer ground. I would ask for your urgent intervention, that your team from OPM to continue with verifying the remaining sub-counties in the Bulambuli district so that our people can be relocated before the rains commence. Secondly, Right Honorable Prime Minister,
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I remember giving an update here. I left the verification exercise behind, involving all stakeholders, the local leaders, the Uganda Wildlife Authority. We involved all stakeholders, including my office. Right Honorable Speaker, the people who are at high risk, according to the reports we got, are already verified. Government gave us 50 billion, and we want to start payment, or to start paying next week, those that are verified as people who are highly at risk. So I don't think we can verify everybody. I request that we don't politicize this. According to the people we sent, they have verified. Maybe we need to again investigate. But for me, I knew we have verified and now we are going to pay, and that is next week.
Maybe Honorable Moroni, you can visit the Prime Minister and share more information. If yes. Honorable Itungo, followed by Honorable Aaron Mayanja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Prime Minister, mine is just a free kick. It won't take a lot of time. Colleagues, the Minister for Environment was here predicting that rains are likely to begin mid-March. So I want to know from the Right Honorable Prime Minister whether government is providing planting materials for the farmers or not.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in 2022-2023, Parliament and government, after the introduction of PDM, we all agreed that let this money be put in the same basket so that our farmers can buy these seedlings themselves. However, we are realizing, the President recently directed me, we are equally realizing that the rate at which farmers are getting is not commensurate with the number of farmers on ground. And so next financial year, we may change the policy. So what I know is our President, who is able all the time, will definitely change that policy.
Honorable Aaron Mayanja, followed by Honorable Omar Apor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Prime Minister, in Nakaseke Central, we have so many increasing land wrangles or conflicts in almost every parish of the constituency. People's houses, gardens, livestock are being destroyed through land wrangles. Madam Prime Minister, as executive, can't you establish through the Ministry of Lands to establish a land conflict resolution task force to handle all these issues, specifically in Nakaseke Central, Chikamulo Sub-County, Chito Sub-County, Talang Town Council, and Chiwoko Town Council, because it is a lot of tension. There is a lot of tension in the constituency. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, let the truth be told. The conflicts are among family members. Some family members who are unscrupulous usually sell their family land to big people. Eventually, these big people come to evict. And that's the major cause of conflicts, the family members themselves. This is what we have discovered. And so, we thought the local governments who have, we have the local government court to manage land conflicts at sub-county level. We have the Parish Land Committee. We have the local leaders. They are supposed to help, but sometimes they find themselves also mingled in the same. Because of corruption, a big person pays them peanuts, then they give. So it is a complex matter. Members, can we come up and amend the Land Act to address such issues once and for all? I beg that we needed to, as a government and you members of parliament, to handle this squarely. Thank you so much.
Honorable Marapo, Honorable Amosokot.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. This Tuesday, I shared the District Road Committee meeting in Otuke District. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, this Tuesday I shared Otuke District Road Committee meeting, and we noted two very important things. One, we noted that a contractor has already been given a contract under the Oilseeds Road Program to clear some roads in the district. The contract sum is 1.7 billion shillings and is supposed to cover 16 kilometers only. Right Honorable Prime Minister, last financial year we used 1 billion shillings, which is given to every district by the government, to clear 196 kilometers of road. But in this particular one, under the Oilseeds Road Program, a contract of 1.7 billion is only going to do 16 kilometers only. That means a kilometer will not, it's Maram.
Question, Honorable Mara.
So, which means, Right Honorable, that a kilometer will be charged at 106 million shillings. And yet the Ministry of Works indicative figure is 9 million. And for us in Otuke, we use 5.1 million to do a kilometer. How do we arrive at these figures? Because with 1.7 billion, we can cover more kilometers of Maram Road in the district. Would the Prime Minister be able to explain that? Secondly, we know...
Thank you. No, we ask one question. Honorable, Right Honorable, the question of Honorable Edakas was related to the same. Huh? No. I have your question here. So, Honorable Mara, Right Honorable, you can respond to Honorable Mara.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I want to thank Honorable Mara, because sometimes we also feel that there is a need for all of us to see how to come in. We need to use less and gain much. Use less and score more. Honorable Mara, your question is so valid that I wanted to get details, because now I wanted her to answer. This project is under their office. Yes, it is under their office. I wanted to use my office to audit. A forensic audit must be, yes, so that we stop this kind of saga.
Thank you. Honorable Amos Okot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Prime Minister has already answered. So we can't add.
Through you, The Right Honorable Prime Minister. The Right Honorable Prime Minister. Can I continue?
Yeah, because when I had a forensic audit, all those issues should be answered in the audit. So, but if she has a quick answer, 1 minute, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. There is a syndicate. This morning, Honourable Baba came to my office. This is Koboko, and there is a very, very shocking revelation which he gave, similar to what our colleague has just given. Out of 169 kilometers that were supposed to be made, and fortunately it's even in the BOQs, the contractor made only 16, almost reflecting 50 million per kilometer. So I do side with you. I refused the commissioner heading this project who said they can send our staff to investigate. I said no, we don't need to investigate. I want to report the Prime Minister, and imagine the same thing is coming up.
Thank you. Honourable Amos Okot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Agago District Pensioners Association.
Colleagues, we need order. Don't you think such a people need court martial? Eh? Honourable Court.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this is also one of the critical questions that the Prime Minister should pay attention. Agago District Pensioner Associations, for the last 3 months, they are not getting their money. They are not getting their money. And then number two, the teachers, some teachers from Agago, their salaries are being deducted on the basis of loan, yet they have not taken any loan from any bank. And they are trying to call here and there so that their
question.
My question is, can these anomalies be investigated and be corrected with this deduction of the salaries of the teachers? Then the other one for the pension association, when will their money be paid?
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I request that he puts that valid question in writing so that I can come up with a comprehensive answer.
Thank you. Honourable Edakas, and finally Honourable Joyce Sachan.
Thank you.
Honourable colleagues, the Prime Minister is also a human being. So, and I monitor, here we communicate. She has been overstretched. She was from a wrong program. But she has taken on very many questions, around 30 questions. So it's very impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister, for your time with us. Just before I ask my question, I wanted to add to the information Omara gave that even in my district...
Your time is up, Honourable. Yeah, if you're diverting to start giving information, ask your question.
Okay, let me, so let me go to the question. The question I have is, Prime Minister, you put in money, I think in 2019, 2020, to do a theatre in Kabarimaido General Hospital, but was not completed. And it just needs about 700 million. In fact, I've been told that if UPDF does it, it would even do it for less, to finish it and furnish it. As I speak to you, all our cesarean sections are taken to Soroti. And this is a general hospital. We just need a little bit of a push to complete the theatre and to become functional. I thank you.
Right, Honourable.
I request that he puts it in writing so that I can direct Minister of Health to budget for the same.
Thank you. Honourable Joyce Sachan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for allowing me to speak on behalf of my people. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to raise the issue of employment for persons with disabilities and the way they are not helped during the course of their work. Right Honorable Speaker, we have Persons with Disabilities Act 2020, Section 28, which says that government shall provide supportive social services to persons with disabilities through the acquisition of assistive devices or personal assistance. Right Honorable Speaker, public service have employed some competent persons with disabilities, but their personal assistants are not being assisted and are not being given allowance.
Conclude, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to give the evidence of Jean Longo, who is a CDO from Arua, Apai Babiko, who is a blind, also town agent Koboko, Amina Namukasa, a CDO in Masaka, blind, Chiimba Stephen, blind, rehabilitation officer in Wakiso, Naziwa Margaret, CDO, blind, Wakiso. Right Honorable Speaker, these people, despite the act that is there, are not being assisted. So my prayer is that the Minister of Public Service should tell us why this act is not being enforced. I thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of the law, and I direct that those ministries or departments or districts who are employing these people to comply with the law. That is it.
Now, I'll request the government chief whip to always speak out these directives, because for us here, no, usually they come back here and the MPs come back to us, Right Honorable. Then when you ask people in agencies, they're like, but that was in Parliament. For us, we haven't received it in writing. Yeah, so it's very important. Government chief whip works closer with our clerk. We get these directives and they are communicated to the. I know he's been doing much, but this is another request on top of what he has been doing.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are always on standby, class 1, on all directives that is made in the House, whether by the presiding officer or by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. All of them are normally taken into consideration and we communicate accordingly.
Now class 1 plus. Thank you. Leader of Opposition, well done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is the procedure matter, Honorable Gafab, sir?
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the directive of the Prime Minister, I need your guidance. Wouldn't it be proper that it also goes to Ministry of Public Service? Because if the PWDs employed need to be helped through their assistance, that needs to be provided in the structures, because the local governments do not have a structure where they can employ helpers of PWDs. They will find it difficult.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, that's an administrative matter. For us, what we do a high voltage line, then the low voltage for distribution is just done from there. Ours is just high voltage. It needs to be stepped down. Okay? Yeah. Thank you. Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to thank the Prime Minister for responding to other issues, including mine. But, Mr. Speaker, I've picked a few issues, and I hope she will give them attention. The first one was under Rule 41.9. That's where I'm proceeding from. Holy Family Mission Hospital is not non-profit making. Most of these districts which were created, you find that there are many missionary hospitals which have better facilities. But some time back, government was working with them and giving them support, even giving. But now, Madam Prime Minister, let me lay my issues clearly. I would wish that if you are doing, you increase a little. Because if a hospital like a Villa Maria Hospital, where I come from, normally I don't talk much about, I don't want to go specific on my areas, but I want to go on general issues. Villa Maria is handling over 6 districts. When you go to Kalungu, Villa Maria Hospital has better facilities than the health center force we have. Now, this hospital, Holy Family, Chitovu Hospital, and others, Zombo, everywhere, why don't we see how we place in doctors on the secondment? They are very few. They are very, okay, maybe we shall get statistics, Madam Prime Minister, and you see, but according to what the Honourable Member stated, you see that there are still some challenges. They can accommodate doctors, they have facilities, and give them more support. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of education officers' salary enhancement, the issue of inspection in schools is alarming. A district, even yours, all mine, is given, inspection is given 2 million a financial year. That's challenging. Someone who is switching me off. By yesterday, the matter I raised yesterday still goes to the same, and the Minister of Education, I think, he has moved out a little. He's around, and he's not sitting on the front row. We need to agree, Madam Prime Minister. This is a factual training of A-level teachers, senior 5 is not yet done. And according to what we have, what is being stated in the schools, let me, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is going to respond if you permit. Let me give my issues.
No,
then
Rule 41 is a very strict rule. Only leader of opposition has a right of response. So if the minister has something which he feels is not factual, then he can clarify it. Honourable Minister?
First of all, Right Honourable Speaker, with due respect to my brother, who is a shadow minister for education, he is aware that we train teachers for A-level curriculum. And I can confirm, even within this side of government, there are colleagues who even opened and closed some of these trainings, which took place across the country. A case in point is Honorable Victoria Rusoke here. She did it in part of the what? The Renzori. It's in order to continue misleading this house that we as the Minister of Education and Sports have not trained these teachers. It's in order.
Yeah. I think a statement, Honorable Sungu, when a minister comes here and confirms, okay, and he says, we have done this, maybe once you doubt, you should ask that minister to bring evidence, but not saying that such a training has not taken place. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me repeat it. The A-level curriculum for senior 5, as we talk now, was sent online to schools. And being sent online is very expensive for secondary schools to print it out for all teachers. I'm repeating, A-level students who reported on Monday, the A-level teachers are meant to be trained for 5 days. Only 5 teachers for Omere Secondary School to go and roll out for other teachers is not yet done. However, we shall come back next week and disprove each other. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to know from the Prime Minister, briefly, because there is confusion between radios and Vizindaro. When you go to the dictionary, the definition of a radio and UCC is a bit different. Kindly, we need, because Mr. Speaker, why I'm insisting on this, in our villages, we have trading centers, and someone is having a small megaphone which is announcing someone who has died, because this person cannot afford paying money to the radio which is around. We need that kind of assistance. Then, I have 2 other issues, then I conclude. The issue of cattle compensation. I went as vice chairperson, government assurance to Guru district, and the number of where the Honorable Bright, we have all the documents under that committee where I left, showing how people were compensated. But what we are seeking was through Parliament to allow us provide all these districts with the lists of those compensation lists, be displayed at district headquarters, and confirm whether those people got those cows as stated. Because where we went, all these people were saying we have never got the cows. But there were a lot of records showing someone got 100 cows, this one got 1 cow, and we were asking how was this happening. But we could not, Mr. Speaker, as Vice Chair, take out parliamentary documents without approval of Parliament to those districts, Agago, Erute, I don't know, so that members get these lists, take them, because these lists were brought by the Attorney General. But they were disputed by where we went, and the names of those who got those cows were not known. So I will pray, if you allow, Mr. Speaker, through the Prime Minister, these are documents from your cabinet, given to us as a committee of government assurances. Allow the new committee or the members of Parliament access these documents, take them to their constituencies, read out names of those people to confirm if they got cows, and if they got them, that will solve that challenge.
Yeah, but Honorable Songo, who has stopped them?
Mr. Speaker.
Because once you bring it here on the floor, okay, it becomes property of Parliament. A member can pick that document and go and share. Maybe if they were taken back. Or when you get guidance of the Speaker that these are restricted documents.
That. What happened? We were doing our work as a committee based on government assurances given by government. So these documents were brought by the Attorney General. Once they come to the committee, before presenting a report on the floor of Parliament, we don't have that right of giving them out.
Yeah, but
because
but now it was presented, isn't it? And concluded. So it's a public document.
My last 2 issues, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, is the issue of land wrangles. Madam Prime Minister, we need to carry out civic education. Where we have biggest challenge on land wrangles and the brothers, relatives selling property, many people die intestate. And when they die intestate, some others sell without getting the administrators of the estate. So what we have to do as government, we need to put money in place to go and educate people. Should they make wills? How do they prepare their children? And when you sell land, where there is no administrator after the death of your father, then you are acting outside the law. But our land laws have almost everything. And I pray if that is done, it will give a lot of solutions. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the issue I want to ask as a leader of opposition is only one. The Constitution of Uganda, Chapter 2, defines the citizenship of Ugandans. In this current situation, Madam Prime Minister, through the Speaker, we are seeing a number of people, basically from Eritrea, who have come to stay in Uganda. They have established a lot of businesses. Actually, houses in Kabalagala have gone so high, which is good. But could we know under which legal regime are these people entertained in the country? Because it's not easy for someone to leave Uganda to go and stay in Rwanda or Kenya without getting the necessary documents required to stay there as a citizen.
Thank you.
Can you help us know that? And it would be the best. Otherwise, I thank you for coming. And Madam Prime Minister, kindly, through Madam Speaker, I'm requesting you, kindly come more days. Every day, be here from Tuesday up to Thursday.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, Honorable Leader of Opposition, you've moved under Rule 41, Sub-Rule 9. Under that rule, you can only comment or reply. You don't ask the Prime Minister questions because they would have concluded. So the Prime Minister will answer you at her discretion at any time. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. We really appreciate you've given us enough time. I have members, some of you, your questions, you registered your questions. I've not been able to reach you, but the Prime Minister is also a human being, and she's always considerate. And I know she has another very urgent meeting today evening. So there's... So now, honorable colleagues, there is a very interesting motion which I would request to you that you allow we conclude now. Yes, we conclude now. Since we are going into a weekend and there is a lot of jam outside, we can give it 30 minutes. But it's an interesting one by Honorable Joyce Bagara. So next item. Can I request we stand for a minute? All of us. Today, we're at the memorial service of the late Right Honorable Kategaya, and we are told that sitting is more dangerous than smoking. So you should always stand up and you stretch a little. So, yeah. So I think that's enough, okay? So we can resume our seats and we just address this more.
Item 9, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging the government to urgently implement a mobile portability licensing framework provided for in the Broadband Policy 2018 as a consumer protection measure.
Honorable Joyce.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging the government to urgently implement a mobile number portability licensing framework provided for in the Broadband Policy 2018 as a consumer protection measure moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. Whereas the National Broadband Policy 2018 requires that mobile number portability forms part of the licensing conditions stroke framework, and whereas the Telecommunications Interconnection Regulations 2005 entails mobile number portability as a facility that allows a customer to keep his or her telephone number in circumstances where the customer would have to change it. And it includes the operator portability, where a customer keeps his or her telephone number after changing telecommunication operators when the customer buys his or her telecommunication services forms, if he or she remains at the same geographical location. Aware that in other jurisdictions, such as Kenya, the regulator implements mobile number portability, a service that allows the user to remain with the exact number even after porting it to another operator. Further aware that, save for Uganda, other jurisdictions break the barrier. For instance, 077 being strictly for MTN, a user can port the exact number to Airtel. The threat of losing customers by the operator guarantees the acceptable quality of services for fear of losing the previous customers, hence a consumer protection measure. Concerned that the customers are not protected and cannot switch from one service provider to another service provider without changing the telephone numbers, further concerned that customers are not empowered to choose their service provider without the challenge of changing telephone numbers, now therefore be resolved by Parliament that 1. Mobile subscribers retain their telephone numbers when changing network operators or when changing geographical locations. Number 2, the regulator, Uganda Communications Commission, urgently implement mobile number portability as a consumer protection measure, and the government fully implements the National Broadband Policy 2018 to enhance network accessibility and reduce the cost of connectivity. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? By Honorable Songo, Honorable Amazakota, Honorable Paparu, Honorable Norman, Honorable Kaberuke, Honorable Hilary Chiaga, and many members of the House. Honorable Senu, Honorable Tumuine, Honorable Tom, Honorable Tima, Dr. Boka, Honorable Mamawi. Honorable, would you want quickly justify the motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The motion and how it was conceived was from the challenges that many users go through, especially without the license to port the same number. Because when I have a number, for instance, on MTN, if I don't first of all, if I don't use that number for some time, or if you travel, when you come back, you find that the number has been given to another person, which is very inconveniencing for someone like me. And then that mobile number, because you have bought a SIM card, Right Honorable Speaker, should be your property, should be personal property, just like you buy other things. And therefore, you should be able to use your number even when you change telecommunication services, the telecom operator services. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is from this background that I think we need to implement this portability licensing, this broadband policy. Right Honorable Speaker, if only the telecom companies knew that I can use that same number when I change, even the dropped calls will reduce. Even the services, the quality of service will improve, because all the telecom companies will be in competition to provide the best services so that they do not lose customers. But it is also very convenient for the users. Right Honorable Speaker, this also leads to increase in customer churn, which pushes operators to invest in the quality of service, enhanced coverage, and general reduction in service charges. Because right now, of course, data and airtime, all those are expensive. But if an operator knows that this person will use the same number with another operator, believe me, the cost will reduce. It will also result in increased penetration and affordability of the services, which are crucial for any government, including ours. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, I was somewhere, someone said, it's only in Africa where people carry 2 phones.
Yeah.
And sometimes they are carrying 6. Because, like us, as a member of parliament, people will demand, we want Airtel. We want also MTN. Now, UTL here is, we want UTL. So you carry all of them. But in other countries, your number can serve all telecoms at once. Even bank accounts. You find you're having an account on this bank, on this bank, on this bank. What they need is just a reference or a code. When they are dealing with you, they know this is a code of Airtel, this is a code of MTN. But also the issue of fees. You find it's more expensive to call MTN using Airtel. That's why people demand. Because they want it cheaper. Yes. Why should I, when I'm calling MTN on Airtel, why should I be charged extra? Why should I be charged extra when I'm calling Airtel on MTN? So, this is really, Honourable Minister, you will be responding to these issues. I think we had seconders. Yes. Oh. Yes, we had seconders. Honourable Juliet Kakande, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker and the colleagues, communication is a very influential service to almost each and every sector. It can boost as well as lead to decline in performance to various sectors. That's why we need to lay a legal foundation such that Ugandans can use whatever benefits can be found in such influential services. Right Honourable Speaker, as far as the mobile number portability is concerned, we find that normally the earlier known contact number of a person, be it institutions, is always of great importance. And at many times we find that it's the one that is widely known, which needs to be protected. But in Uganda, there are some circumstances where you find that switching to another network is inevitable. Let us take an example, those who operate in mobile businesses. Right, Honourable Speaker, it's almost coming to 3 decades ever since the establishment of mobile telephone network in Uganda. However, you find that in many areas, you may find when the network is still poor, and sometimes you may find it the areas not possessing network for the mobile networks. People operating in mobile businesses, whenever they go in such areas, they have to switch to other networks, yet we do not use the same numbers on different networks. This implies that they always have to do to change, to be having, let's say, 2 phones. You find them getting connected to different operating networks. So which at many times you find that it has its own inconveniences. Another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, we have to accept that mobile or telephone as a business, it needs a huge amount of money to invest in it. And that's why in Uganda, you find that it's mainly dominated by foreigners. For us as Ugandans, we are mainly consumers. Being consumers, it means that we are always being exploited. So for us as Parliament, I think it's our duty always to cover up all the loopholes which we may expect that Ugandans are facing. So, Right Honorable Speaker, another reason, and you give me 3 minutes. Another reason.
Conclude, Honorable. Switch on and conclude.
A mobile telephone network, like any other business, they always do experience health competitions. Whenever there's competition in business, you do expect creativity and innovativeness. Such institutions normally try to set up motivational strategies, which Ugandans could be benefiting from them. But they can't do so because always they have to do what? To change from one network to another. If they want to benefit from that, it means that they have to change their contact. With that, Right Honorable Speaker, I felt that I should support the motion to implement mobile portability in Uganda. I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, with that, I do propose the question for debate that a resolution of Parliament urging the government to urgently implement a mobile number portability licensing framework provided in the Broadband Policy 2018 as a consumer protection measure be adopted. Debate opens now. Now, I want first speak. Those who have spoken, you first sit. Those who have spoken today. The ones I had given a chance today. So I'll start with Honorable Esenu, Honorable Tom Bright, Honorable Lilian Paparu, Honorable Baba. Then I pick. Victims, we shall see how to compensate you. We will not make you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the motion, and my contribution to this motion is that the mobile phone system is one of those few services whereby when you get a SIM card, you don't seem to have the ownership. It's as if you have just rented it for
do you have a new sergeant at arms? I want to understand.
Honorables, I am seated there. I'm waiting for him to submit so that I can be able to...
No, please, Honor. Please, take your seat. Take your seat.
Have you promoted me here?
You can go up. There is space.
Thank you.
There's
Thank
space
you.
up. You know, Honorable Feta Geoffrey is not usually stubborn, but sometimes he is.
So, Right Honorable, I think the motion should emphasize the fact that these companies should not, at their own will, decide to switch off people. Number two, the motion should enforce and demand that these companies, whether you go out of the country and take whatever time, should be compelled to at least get in touch with the owner of the SIM card before they cut you off or before they switch you off. The third one is that this issue of connectivity across the country should also be a requirement, so that as they give out SIM cards across the country, they should be compelled to make sure that there's connectivity. Like in Kapelebyong, we don't have almost half the district linked to any of the networks. Yet people are asked to buy their various SIM cards. So I support the motion and add that they should be compelled to make sure that they do not disconnect the subscribers without their permission. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Singoma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion because once you travel out of the country for 4 months
and you come back and you find your number has been switched off, given to another person, it has caused very many confusion in families. You might be a man and your number has been given to a woman, and your wife calls you, where did you leave your phone? And you find the issue of family violence. Homes have been splitted because of mobile operators. Not only that, Right Honorable Speaker, there's also another issue of mobile money. You might find you have your mobile money on your number, and your number has been transferred to another person. So there are very many cases which are involved. Actually, it's very good motion because it will also help our security in the country. Many people buy lines, commit issues, and throw the lines. But if you know someone has got a number, it's for Tom Bright, from day one up to go, it is easy for monitoring and easy for tracking you, also to save the country. Thank you so much. I support the motion. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Papa, Honorable Baba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to second this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, some of the companies have become so relaxed to expand services to other rural areas just because they know we can crisscross. So you'll find some of the rural parts of this country still have difficulties in accessing networks. So when we do this, every company will want to struggle to be connected or to be accessed in many parts of this country, and that way I think our connectivity will improve. Right Honorable Speaker, because we don't, because of the reason that we don't transfer these numbers to the other networks, you said, so we end up buying very many numbers, and this has increased the level of corruption or trickery. You find somebody has this number, abuses it because can go and get another number, and that's why people have been exploited. People's mobile monies have been, stolen, and others have fallen into problems because other people use those numbers. I think that way, if Papa Rolilian has a number that cuts across networks, it will be easy to track what I do, and it will also protect me from getting into problems that is caused by another person. I think that way there will be sanity. Thank you.
Honorable Baba, Honorable Gafabusa, Honorable Sawedi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also support the motion. The mobile telephone is now a very useful, convenient tool, makes work easy, makes reachability easy. It's something that we should acknowledge to be in existence. But these SIM cards are not for free. We buy them. Like when I buy my item in the shop, it belongs to me. It doesn't belong to the shopkeeper. And in this free market economy situation, I should be able to transact it in any other mobile network I need to do. So I support the motion largely for that reason. Secondly, as Honorable Lilian Paparua said, there are many areas of this country where there is no network at all. You may find Airtel has network there in parts of Koboko, but have a MTN mobile phone. I can't use it. Therefore, I should be able to migrate my number to Airtel so that I can communicate with the rest of the world. So this is a very useful motion. We should really support it. Thank you. Come always with very useful motions like this instead of wasting our time in other motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gafabusa, Honorable Sawedi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague Honorable for bringing this very good motion, and I stand here to support the same. On two fronts mainly. The first one is the issue of consumer protection. Right Honorable Speaker, this is an area we still have a gap. We don't have a substantive consumer protection law in this country. And this motion now brings a component of consumer protection. These SIM cards we have, first of all, are ours, like it is said. We pay for them. So whether I use it or I don't use it, it is mine. It's supposed to be mine. And if I want to give it out, it is mine. But the other issue is also the privacy and the security, because we register them using our NINs. Now, when I don't use it for some time, and MTN or Airtel decides to give it to another person, and we don't know what happens, whether it is deregistered, because I put my NIN there, and tomorrow the person they have given it to will commit a crime with it, and I will remain responsible because I registered it using my NIN. But also the issue of the cost. For me, the reason I have Airtel line is because there are areas in our place in the mountains where MTN does not reach. So when you go there, you switch to Airtel. Now that means you need to buy again airtime for Airtel, you need to buy data for Airtel, but you have airtime and data on MTN. That's because of the connectivity. So once we do this, then we can be able to switch, and the operators will know that we are losing out, and they will be able to compete, and then as a consumer, we will be spending less. I thank you very much, and I strongly support.
Thank you, Honorable Sowedi Kitanywa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the colleague for bringing this innovative motion, and I want to support it on 2 grounds. One, Right Honorable Speaker, in Uganda here, we've had a problem of con men and con women on phones. Someone uses a phone because they are sure they will con someone, and then they throw the line away. That brings a big problem, that after 4 months, someone goes to purchase the same line, and the person may be tracked as the one who conned someone. I want to support this. It will help. Thank you. I was using... Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, I was trying to explain that once this system is implemented, we will be helped to reduce on the instances of people who con people using phones. The next issue why I am supporting the motion is the issue of guaranteeing ownership of the lines, that we will know that Honorable Chitanywa is the owner of this line, and therefore it is going to be his forever. And that will help people who even try to dodge. People say, if someone says, I have not been online when he was even online, we will know that if you are in an area where there is Airtel, you can still pick if you're on MTN. If you're on MTN, you can still pick. And therefore, connectivity within the consumers will be easy. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Gori, Honorable Boka, Honorable Timonso.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for that motion. I think the motion sounds very good for consumers, but we need to be cautious for the investors in that line. We need to appreciate and know if continuously leaving those lines cause a problem to that investment. If so, then we should look at situations where the taxes which are paid, which we pay always, is used to manage that overflow in investments. So we should be careful and see the side of the investor. If you have gone, just like my uncle here mentioned, that in Bugisu, you find Airtel will have invested more. So they would want to be compensated for that. So let's look at the side of investment also as we look at what we prefer as consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Boka, did you?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the mover of the motion for a good motion. And I want to add my voice to support the motion on 3 grounds: the simplicity, the customer convenience, and the cost effectiveness. But I have 3 concerns that possibly I need to raise to the mover of the motion as well as the Ministry for ICT. Number one is the legal and regulatory framework implications. There's the current law provided that leverage for us to be able to do that. Number two are the technical complexities associated with mobile number portability. Have you interrogated them? Number three is related to the demand side of the service, which requires creating awareness within the user community. And the last but not least are issues of service provider competition amongst the industrial actors, the telecom companies. Finally, this is a motion, Right Honorable Speaker, that can be extended to international mobile number portability within the East African community, Africa, and globally. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank the movers of the motion. And when you look at the money that people spend to get back their numbers, it is so expensive. I once lost my line, and I discovered later that it was in Uganda. I had to give that person transport to bring the line to Kampala. I was just lucky that that person came to Kampala. Some even refused, some charge a lot of money to give back the same numbers. Secondly, when that number is given to another person, like imagine a number belongs to a politician like me, people will call that person. The same person who gave me back the number gave me the number after being stressed. He was stressed, he put it off, then I looked for the number, and later by chance, someone called him and asked, "Why are you picking Honorable's number?" Then he left it on for a week until I was able to get him, and he gave me the number. Now, the amount of money we spend, we can actually save our people by eliminating that problem. So I thank you for the motion, and I support. Thank you so much.
Honorable Feta, Honorable Bambawi, Honorable Mujungu, and Honorable Ndamira. Then that side I'll have covered.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I wish to thank the mover of the motion. This motion is likely to resolve the right of ownership of a SIM pack. During campaigns in 2020 and 21, I lost a phone with the SIM pack. But because of the campaign crisis, I couldn't renew the number. By the time I wanted to renew the number in February 2021, the telephone number had been allocated to another person. Now, this is a telephone card you buy with your money. That means by default, you become the owner. But the service provider now decides to allocate that number to a third party without notifying you. That means the consumer's rights are being exploited in absolute disregard. So, this matter can only be resolved through a legal framework like this. Short of that, consumers will be exploited, our rights will be abused. Today I was looking for a friend I had not talked to for about a year. When I called the person, it was a different person who picked the call in Kasese. And I asked, "Is this Fred?" "No, I am not Fred." "When did you become the owner of this telephone number?" 6 months ago. So that means there's a lot of confusion going on. So if the telephone number is registered in the names of FETA in MTN, the same in Airtel, and then it becomes easy to track him down if he has abused his rights or somebody using that phone. You realize that the people who change telephone numbers and register new telephone numbers left, right, center are actual criminals. They use, they abuse, they drop because they know next year MTN will have allocated that number to another person. So criminality, tracing criminality becomes a challenge. So that is why I support the bill, the motion, and I know Honorable Joyce Bagala means well, Unlike the other times when Honorable James Baba was saying other things, I know for this particular one, she means well. I thank you.
Hello, Mabawi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting the motion moved by my colleague. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to talk about the customer perspectives. Right Honourable Speaker, we've been complaining in the House here about issues to do with the data, where sometimes you put the data before usage, it is gone. And I think some of these are going to solve the problem. Because as a customer, I have to choose the best offer in the market in terms of price, in terms of quality of networks, and go by that. And again, this is going to also encourage price competition among the operators. Because if you put high prices, I cannot go and offer your services. I go to another one. So this motion is very important and is even going to affect to actually help our poor farmers who are in the village there in terms of network accessibility, in terms of cheap network which they can easily access. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mjungu.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, you realize that this motion is a bipartisan issue. Members across the House agree that this is the right motion. And I want to thank Honorable Bagala for this innovation. But most important, Right Honourable Speaker, what I admire with this motion is that my phone number is going to be identical to me henceforth. Because to date, Right Honourable Speaker, I have a name which is unique to me. I have a bank account. I have a NIN number. But the phone number has been interchangeable. That the owner, the controller of the system can choose to withdraw it from me. But henceforth, if it can even work across the networks, I will only have one number, identical to Tembo Gideon Mujungu. I therefore want to agree and support this motion seriously because my number, which I acquired 25 years ago, the MTN number is now going to be permanent. And maybe perhaps when Jesus Christ comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ndamira.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues to thank Honourable Bagala for the long-awaited motion that she has brought. Right Honourable Speaker, having one line across all the networks strengthens the brand identity by maintaining a single voice and a tone across all the channels. Right Honourable Speaker, having this, I think, will curb down the thieves that have really come rampant through these lines. Right Honourable Speaker, another thing I want to tell you is that having 2 or 3 lines is very expensive. I am a member of parliament. I've been having 1 line, but because of too much demand, I've been forced to carry 2, simply because I wanted to entice and make those voters happy. But the cost that I have gone through, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't think that person who is a low-income earner will manage this. I therefore want to thank Honourable Bagala for the motion you have brought. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Musanoa.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues to thank Honourable Joyce for this motion. And this is a motion which I think the House entirely should support. Apart from making life very easy for the customers and improving quality of services and ensuring fair competition among the telecom service providers, one of the most important things for this motion is ensure that there will be no need to have a number of SIM cards or even phones. And this will help to reduce on e-waste, which as a country we don't have a good strategy to manage. So this is therefore a very good motion, and I want to join my colleagues and support it, and I want to thank the mover. Thank you.
So I'm going this side. Mr. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, a mobile telephone number is largely considered a form of identity, given the mandatory requirement to open a SIM card, to register a SIM card using your valid national ID number. And that makes your telephone number directly linked to your personal information for purposes of verification. However, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the operator, once we acquire these SIM cards, we have only acquired a platform for communication, not an item to own, because the entire control is with the UCC and the telecom operator. And then number two, Mr. Speaker, there is no business sense in owning a SIM card and making it dormant for 4, 6, 8 months. It's like you renting your house to a tenant who will give you consistent money or rentals for 1 year, and eventually it disappears, and there is no more income coming. So I think, Mr. Speaker, probably if this motion would cure that, because there are both sides. To the operator, there's no business sense, because the operator is after profits. Thank you so much.
If we can have something which can help me from carrying 2, 3 phones, it's a burden. And you know, to be in counties and they say it's only in Africa. But why do you carry? We go for international duties, and then they're asking you, but why are you carrying 3 phones? Why are you? No man, don't cause more trouble. No man might give us information from a beam, and the problem is how he packages it.
Thank
no
you.
Man, wait, I will see how to handle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me join my colleagues to thank Honorable Joyce for the motion. Actually, Right Honorable, you are right. When you get out of the country and you attempt to buy a handset and you require one which carries more than 1 line, you are definitely identified with Africa. Because they keep on asking, you want because the others, they will always take 1 line, but of course for us we need a lot of networks intertwined. Right Honorable Speaker, this motion is very timely, and I want to share my personal experience. 2 weeks ago, I attempted to operate my mobile money, and I realized I was deregistered. And I kept on asking, why do I get deregistered when I have mobile money? For the last 2 weeks, I've been rotating between Lugogo Forest Mall and Kampala Kingdom, Airtel Service Center. Many times, I have been assured, give it 48 hours. Last on Tuesday, I was told, give it 24 hours. Yesterday, I was told by 4 p.m. I have not been able to redeem my mobile money on the number which is in use on my WhatsApp. And I'm just lucky, Mr. Speaker, because I was told that very soon the number was going to be given to another person. In fact, they were wondering whether I still have the line. And they said, can you confirm? And I had the line. So this is very good motion, such that a member's or a customer's details can be tracked to them. Actually, good enough we have the Honorable Ministers here. I've been asking the service providers under what law they were working to block my to deregister me, but they have not been able to tell me under what law they deregistered me. They were only telling me, give us 48 hours, we are going to reactivate your number. So I want to thank you for the motion. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I do support the motion in the sense that by the year 1996 to 2000, most of the telephone companies cheated Ugandans a lot. I remember those days there were big phones, Ericssons, Motorola's, and name them, Right Honourable Speaker. And we had no control. In fact, we were charged, first of all, service fee, the airtime, and a number of other charges, Right Honourable Speaker. But today, with this motion, Right Honourable Speaker, now that the motion is proposing for a member or a person to have only a single line, I think we shall be saved of these charges, unnecessary charges, Right Honourable Speaker. Two, Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of security. In a number of cases, when I lose my phone, and probably it lands into the hand of a wrongdoer, and the phone is, the number is confiscated. With this motion, it can't be traced and the number given back to me other than getting another number. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank Joyce for the motion. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the Minister of ICT in charge of communication needs to do much more. He needs to look at the act, he needs to look at the policies, and then other international commitments. Right Honourable Speaker, about a week ago, I lost my phone. It was grabbed. Between 4 a.m. and around 7 a.m., there was a SIM swap, and the money swept from my account. And I was not receiving messages. I have raised complaint, and the matter is still being investigated. The telecom have insisted that I was receiving messages, and yet I've shown them. I went that day, took screenshot, messages were not coming. And many people are suffering outside there. And I'm going to take up this matter to a higher level. So the problem is bigger. To what extent can SIM swap take place? And a client is not aware, and the telecom can defend themselves that there was no SIM swap. Besides that, Right Honourable Speaker, the International Telecommunication Union and the African Communication Union recommended African One Area Network Communication. The Minister needs to report to us here to what extent is implementing the policy. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of ICT and Communication operates a silo ICT policy in this country, despite the recommendation. We do not have integrated ICT system. Every government department buys software that do not communicate and link. As I speak now, Right Honourable Speaker, there are several government agencies that cannot access the URA portal system to pick the fees people are paying. For example, the Ministry of Energy, because I engage in certain things, you pay fees, they give certain wrong reports, URA gives different reports. The Ministry of Works and Transport, the number plate system, they have different report, URA has different system. I therefore want to propose, Right Honourable Speaker, that the Ministry for ICT brings here a report. In our last budget report, we recommended integrated software system for all government departments and not having silo budgeting. In the report that Minister of Finance has brought, the budget framework paper, they have still brought request every government department having silos of and therefore, the matter in that Ministry of ICT and Communication is bigger than just the SIM card. We also recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, when we are working on the ID, that we should have national ID with the same number, driving permit, telephone number, our number plate. And all this that you have said, may I request to you, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister for ICT responds how is integrating all this data that the House adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really interesting. When I was listening to Honorable Patrick Ochan, I think he was raising a very important issue on the business side and the redundancy. I think what is more important is the portability, the issue of portability. Then that would sort out the issues when Nelson Okero you raise it. But on this one of government, I remember like on education, universities, there is aims for all public universities. I remember case Mohakanizi the rate when I was at Makera and I was chairman finance committee. He bought it and insisted, all of you want to know what you're doing. Now all public universities share the same system because one was buying a system from UK, another one buying a system from South Africa, and there was incompatibility, there was expenses were so huge because you can't easily put a value on a system. So they insisted and said, let's have one system. But one thing which was interesting when I became a government chief whip, of course with the business background, some of the things could shock me on how government was. So I said, I need municipal policy statements for all ministries. And so that I go through as a government chief whip, I know how I'm going to be preparing, following up on these issues, which then when I wrote, they said you must deliver it at each ministry. I said, really? We don't even have one email of accounting officers which I can just drop on, because the cost of running to every ministry with the received data, and so anyway, some of these things, maybe some of the speed we are moving on as young people might not be compatible. But it's very, very important. Now, honorable colleagues, those who have spoken, I've concluded on that. No, Honorable Peter Gwanga will not allow you because you're a former minister and there is a minister now who is in charge. So maybe after he has finished, okay, and he leaves there something, that's when I will allow you. I'm not picking colleagues who had already spoken, but I have a commissioner. He's a boss in the house. Yes. I would only give him special.
Much obliged,
as
Honorable
a
Speaker.
leader.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, there are 3 or 4 things quickly. One raised by Dr. Boka, and then I think Honorable, I forget the Honorable member. Oh, I beg your pardon. Relating to the legal framework, I think the motion largely speaks to property rights, because a SIM card is a personal property. It's never a property of the telecom company, and that should be resolved. Secondly, it speaks to anti-competition, because we lack an anti-competition legislation in this country, because the telecom industry is largely an oligopolistic industry, highly controlled, and therefore the customers are susceptible to abuse. And therefore you must deregulate and through Parliament try to legislate by motions and resolutions that anti-competition behavior. And I want to assure Dr. Boka that the legal framework is safe, because the UCC Act and attendant regulations, I think that's where the motion actually picks from. Therefore, there is no digression from the legal framework. Thirdly, if I were government, this is a revenue liberalizing motion. It actually democratizes revenue collection, because when this motion is moved and the government acts, you are going to see competition. More venues are going to emerge. The kind of legal battles you see in court between the telecoms and URL will reduce, because then they will go for efficiency. They will have competition. And therefore, I do not see a problem with that. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the move of the motion should be smarter, because this is not a compelling emotion. It is an urging emotion, and our rules are very, very flax on that. We need probably, if I were the mover, I would go ahead and prepare a question in a few days to the minister to find out the extent of implementing a parliamentary resolution. Because it's a compelling emotion, it may not compel the minister to really, it's an urging emotion, it's not a compelling emotion. So that they act and probably respond to some of the issues the Honorable Ekanya has raised in implementing a very clear legal framework to which we are. Actually, in the region, we are only pariah. Kenya has it, Tanzania has it, and we are looking on as though we are incapable of doing anything in this region. In the original 3 East African nations, we are the laggards in this area. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mpuga, Honorable Joyce doesn't need to bring a question. We shall compare them under Rule 220. They will bring an action taken report on this matter. And then on the issue of lack of the competition law, we passed the Competition Act 2024. We passed the Competition Act 2024. The only issue, I think, is if the committee has been well established in the Ministry of Trade to enforce. And that's why some of us from the beginning had wanted a commission, so that we align with the rest of COMESA. I think we would have, but government said because of rationalization and all that, so they said no, let's have a kind of budget neutral at NT. But the question was, but government itself is engaged in business. So if you get government officials to be the ones to enforce, but I mean, yeah, so because it carried that issue of the commission, had a charge on the consolidated fund, we couldn't proceed with it. We were stuck. But the Gafabusas, the Tom Brighty, the Honorable Mpakas put up a spirited fight on that front. Alop, this is a motion from your member. I thought you sorted it in the shadow cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, I need to thank my member and as well thank my former LOB, because he also used to allocate me time to be the LOB during his absence here. So I've enjoyed this seat very much as acting. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank very much Joyce, Honorable Joyce Bagara. As we talk now, you cannot transact money from MTN to Airtel. Yet he has been there for some time back. One time, Mr. Speaker, we
Honorable, you can't do what?
As we talk now, for me it failed even when you go to...
It's very small. It used to be very costly. Now it is even the same. It's very small.
Mr. Speaker, maybe still it's about to application to the companies. I have been sending money through my MTN to Airtel.
Upgrade your phone.
But when I went even to these mobile money stuffs here where they pass, they say they have the same challenge. But still, as I drive my point very fast, because Mr. Speaker has allowed him some time, we used to scratch to load the airtime, MTN, Airtel, Airtel. As we talk now, whether you are Mango or what, you just give your number and they load money. The honorable member in the corner there was stating the legal issues, as Honorable Matthias has stated. You see, you can keep your line on for the whole year without loading anything. It will continue working. But once you switch it off, that's where these issues come from. I was in Ghana. I have a line from Ghana. And I will always, whenever I go to Ghana, I don't need to buy any other line. It is crazy. In many countries have done that. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think these people are interested in getting better numbers. I remember when I was getting my number, the Indian also told me that number I have. Asked me, you want a simple number? But because we are speaking in some kind of English from Indians, I never had it. Give me anything. Later on, I discovered that I got a very hard number to master in the head. And this one, people are taking off people's numbers in that form. However, we need to address one issue on this motion. Maybe it can be an amendment if it's allowed. If Sewungu dies, what happens with my line? If I die, my family wants the line. Can there be some legal procedures how I initiate that right of taking my line, my son taking it with the mobile money I've left on? Because they know, oh, those, it's my estate, as stated. And those are the issues we want to address. Otherwise, I want to thank you very much. And the Honourable Minister, implementing this policy of 2018, there's no other shortcut to this. Honourable Minister of Information, the issue of 2018 policy is within your hands. Whatever the Honourable Member has stated, you are supposed to implement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank Honourable Joyce for coming up with this motion. It is a very, very nice motion, and it is a concern of very many people in the country. So I thank you for that one. And the number portability issue is not really for Uganda only. There are several countries which have tried it and it's working. There are also other countries which have tried it and it has not done very well. Even Kenya, which you quoted, has tried, but they have not yet achieved what the target they wanted. And as a ministry, we are going to look at all those possibilities. But let me first of all say the national portability implementation relies basically on the central database. And this central database can be either controlled by a third party. Another company can come in to set up the central database. But it can also be controlled by a consortium of telecom companies. They decide to come together and set up a central database. It can also be managed by the regulator, UCC, for instance, Uganda Communications Commission. We can also, as UCC, manage the central database. But you must set it up, and you must set up a system. And it takes a bit of money. To set it up, it can even take around $2 million US. So it's not something which you can just start just like that. You must really prepare for it.
No, but Honourable Minister.
Yes.
Telecoms which can afford to pay a license of $100 million, okay? Compared to this, when you forced us to buy IFRIS machines, small businesses said you must have an IFRIS machine. What about telecoms coming together? I think it's just a matter of will. And this can be budget neutral, make it a regulatory issue. Simple.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'm coming. I'm still coming.
The problem is how you are coming.
So, right Honourable Speaker, yes, that one can happen. But you need also to agree. Those telephone companies need to do what? To agree. And Right Honourable Speaker, this one might also require, number portability, might also require looking at the regulatory landscape. Because there are some licensing, for instance, our licensing requirements. We have to look at them, and then some of them need to be updated. Because the current licensing requirements may not be compatible to the to number portability. For instance, we have the national telecom operators, we have the public infrastructure providers, the public service providers. They may need to be updated so that to mandate number portability. So that one also we need to look at. And the licensing requirements should also ensure infrastructure parity, because all these telecom companies are not at the same level of system update. And for number portability, at least all the telecom companies should have network parity. So all those are things which we need to look at. And obviously we shall also need to harmonize the regulation of Interception of Communication Act, and then the National Payment System Act must also be well aligned. Yes? You know, broadband policy is mainly on the internet. Yes. Yes, it is. The broadband policy actually handles mainly what? Internet. Connectivity. Internet connectivity.
No, no, Minister, you see, the worry we are getting is the willingness to even try. I think assure us, okay, that you will go. That's why this motion is urging you. So you will go, you study it, okay?
Yes.
You look hey, but now I'm having a fear that Honorable Kabyanga might leave this thing on the door before he, might Kubyanga, Honorable Kabyanga might Kubyanga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as a ministry, we are going to study it and then
procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Isn't it procedure correct that the minister be granted time? He goes back, sits with these technical people, and he brings a comprehensive response to this motion next week. I seek for your guidance.
Because I'm just fearing Honorable Kabyanga. And you know, he's a very straightforward gentleman. I love him so much. I know when he likes something and when he doesn't. This one. Honorable, I think it is very important. So you see, this motion is urging you. It's not forcing you. If you fail, you'll come back to the house and you say, we got this impediment. Okay? But we need you, for the sake of the parliament, which has supported you so much as a sector, we need you to start from a positive note. And then we build on that.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I also need one SIM card. That one, there is no doubt. And I would like to assure Parliament that we are going to handle this and we shall come back with a comprehensive report.
Thank you.
That one I want to assure you. Otherwise, there is nobody in this country who would like to carry 10 phone sets. Yeah. And all these things which I'm talking about, updating the regulations and the legal framework, Parliament will assist us where need be.
Sure, Honorable.
So we are coming back with a comprehensive report on this.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question. That the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging the government to urgently implement a mobile portability licensing framework provided for in the Broadband Policy 2018 as a consumer protection measure be approved by this House. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. I direct the clerk to extract this resolution and a copy of the Hansard and pass it on to the minister so that he can take the necessary action. Honourable Minister, how long do you think you can give us some action taken, the time frame? Can I give you 3 months? Would 3 months do?
You can give us 3 months.
Yeah,
Right,
sure.
Honourable Speaker.
Yes, 3 months, then we look through it. We look through it again. If there are gaps, we'll be working on it. Honourable colleagues, I want to thank you for this week. We've covered some good business. Honourable Seungu, I want to thank you, Acting Rope, for a week. Yes. And Government Chief Whip for the job well done, and honorable colleagues for being patient. It's, wow, it's coming to 7:40, and you're still here, we are conducting business. I really want to thank you so much. For our Muslim brothers and sisters who are fasting, and also the Christians who are fasting, I wish you very well. Further communications to do with the speaker's privileged position, we shall be announcing. Thank you. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.